Hey, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to begin with the second God project to start completely anew with a zero gold, zero stash, zero everything. And we will do the Dawn of the Hunt, a solo self-found Huntress Ritualist. So this is going to be God Project 2.0, 2.0. And we're playing the Huntress into a Ritualist. That's going to be good. I have a couple of cool builds planned, so we'll see what we do. Also have another mercenary that I want to mess around with. Sorkin, good to see you there. Good morning. I hope you're ready for this. I was looking forward to start another playthrough, and we'll probably use every single OP thing that currently is available, like Stomping Ground, all the like really illegal things that should probably get nerfed but won't get nerfed, so who cares? We'll do it. I'm watching Ponyhoff or Gandalf, both. When at this point, with the haircut, with not having all the hair available, I guess it's Ponyhoff the Grey.
The wrath in here is stronger than I dared imagine.
I believe I missed out on Spear Throw in my first playthrough. Yeah. I don't know how I did this, but when I started the Huntress, I noticed that there was a Spear Stab, right? But for some reason, I completely missed out on the fact that there is actually a Spear Throw. Until I was like, what, level 60? Not that we needed it, but like the Spear Throw is actually powerful, so we kind of, you know, wanted.
Or I'd never wield one of these again.
I'm actually going to use Whirling Slash.
No going back now.
Unless there's tons of people there. Cassius, almost a first. No, Mr. Sorkin was slightly before you. I am sorry, my friend. But no, nonetheless, grateful for all of you being here, you know? No matter first or last. Wonder if we can use the Blood Boil of the Ritualist today, because that is something I wanted to test. They seem to have fixed it. A nice journey. Oh, it's going to be brilliant. I don't doubt we will have a good time. I mean, they changed a lot of stuff, right? They made like things work better on all fronts. They made skills more powerful. They fixed the Blood Boil. The latest patch is there, just in case you missed it. The latest patch was actually, again, streamlining things a little bit more, which is also good to see. Should we start like blocking? I don't want to start blocking. I don't like that skill at all. 1, 2, 3. Walk out. John, thank you for the 20. Is that Australian dollars? I would assume. Oh, wow. The Huntress actually lost that fight. Do you know when the new Diablo 4 season starts, Make Storm? Yes, absolutely. The new Diablo 4 season starts at the end of April. How do we actually manage to die there as a Huntress early on? It's confirmed, chat. Huntress terrible. I do remember like actually using the parry at first, but you get like tired of doing it. So I guess blame it on that. Floated Miller. Give me Rake. So we're going to do Rake, Stomping Ground to pretty much one-hit everything. Even though I believe that should get nerfed. Because it's truly like too OP. But I guess for the sake of like knowing that is so OP, we might as well use it. Makes things a bit too easy, but yeah.
At least your friend weren't here to see what you've been.
John, don't you worry. I'm getting paid in euros, you know, not in dollars. I mean, I'm from Germany, so my money arrives in European currency. Increases the attack damage. Oh, did they change it to attack damage? It used to be projectile damage. No, was it also attack damage always there? My remembrance, it was projectile damage there.
What a sorry son.
Finally had some fun playing POE 2 again. I'm gonna try some new things, especially with energy shield makes, because at this point we've been mostly using the full evasion rating, but I feel like a healthy energy shield mix actually works out incredibly well. I was genuinely surprised at how good you could do that. That's what we're looking at. By the way, we got 0 money, ladies and gentlemen. We are truly absolutely poor. So it's going to be an interesting journey, as this is like the full solo self-found experience, right? Oh, in solo self-found, the map designs were different. Oh, Mr. Kohlberg, good to see you there. Truly the good old from 0 to hero. Oh, wait a second. That needs to be the explosive spear. That needs to be the spear throw. Like, otherwise things don't make sense for me. Don't know how to otherwise say that. Oh, wait. Explosive spear was on R. Was it on R? Yeah, explosive spear was on R, and parry was on Q, and this was on nothing. Okay, now it all makes sense. Because otherwise it doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, some skills are just hard-coded to your brain. We need a support gem to get better explosions. Wait, which other skill? Ah, disengage, yes. Last time I didn't use disengage at all. Disengage with stomping ground might also just be very useful. Disengage. Disengage does actually do damage, right? So why wouldn't you use it? I mean, not that you're doing any meaningful damage in the beginning as a huntress anyways. And everything kind of like kills you, right? And that hack just attacks you and you're dead. So much pain. It's like interesting because nothing like compares to Bone Shatter Warrior just absolutely destroying everything. So we're gonna just scoot around, chat. We're gonna throw explosive spears, and then we're just going to throw normal damaging spears at her, and then explosive spears, and then best part is you can like slightly scoot and poop when you're doing this, right? Like we can just side scroll, and it kind of like avoids all her damage. Good. Which may get at least a new piece of vestige. That's about it. Where's the waypoint? Should technically be on the left, right? It's so different to finally play solo self-found again, right? When you're, I mean, listen, we always do play solo self-found, but when you play like completely from zero, like not a single cent in the bank, it's further up and then to the left. I want to say thank you for your tactician mercenary level video. It wasn't my first character to level up, had an easier job. The tactician was so great, my friend. I'm happy you enjoyed that one, as it is so far one of the most fun playthroughs I've had. Wow, what is this design of this area? Like, seriously. Oh. Where even is the mud flats at this point? I've actually never knew this area can be this big. Like, for real. Wow. We leveled up. Let's go for more attack damage. By the way, all my gold on my main account is also gone. And you know why? Because I tried out 4 different specs on different characters. I don't even know how expensive that is. Like, I burned to 2 million gold in the matter of like 30 minutes of just trying out specs. I didn't do anything special, right? I didn't do anything crazy. It was just like, oh, here's some skill points. There's some skill points. So just 2 million gold gone. And now I can pretty much, like, I need to actually play a whole day of just gold farming to make up for, well, yeah, to be able to, like, redo things. It's plenty weird. I'll tell you that much for free. Of actually having to now farm for gold. Can you imagine that? In Path of Exile 2? Just because I like to reskill? And I've always been the heavy friend of reskill should be for free. Because it simply just allows people to experiment more. But hell, what do I know? The early explosive spear without expedite. So sad. And we obviously do want to have rake and stomping ground, but you definitely want to play the explosive spear first here. Oh, almost stood in the don't mind me. Just throwing spears. And you're dead, you little shit. I thought Monk was going to be like the slowest one for this fight. Because Monk is like plenty slow when it comes down to actually killing the Devourer. Right? But damn, Huntress was so slow. Okay, let's get out of there. Love your warrior build you made. Which turn tried it out, I'm having a blast. We even tried out a warrior together with energy shield now. It was actually a whole damn vibe. I was really surprised at how well that one did. All things considered. Let's sell that for even more gold. Then we spend our money to buy even more identification pieces. to then, you know, more gold. To then spend more money for identification pieces. To then, yeah, you know what? Get more gold. I know. Okay, level 2 skill is going to be the explosive spear. Then we get Renly, and Renly gets us our... Not the faster explosion in the beginning, it's overabundance. So that makes it just go quicker. With 186 gold, which can buy us nothing. Actually, that's not true. It could buy us something with lightning damage. And if we sell here, if we sell one of our magic items, you could buy yourself a 6 to 11 damage spear. That's not really worth it. Don't even consider our spendings. You updated the warrior build on MOBA. You should watch the the last YouTube video. Has like the energy shield warrior on there. We did some experiments currently with what could be possible. I haven't completely put it over to our Smith of Kitava yet. Again, because I don't have the gold. You know, I simply don't have the gold to reskill my characters right now. Like I know it sounds like kind of stupid, but I am, yeah, I don't have money. I need to play like 2 games of endgame, 2 days of endgame gameplay to build up the money to reskill. Yeah. It's plenty weird that that's the case. You know what? Fighting something with elemental resistance aura, like in the first 2 minutes of the game, is totally not fun when you're mainly using something that's just exploding. You're just like trying to kill this guy, and he's like, no, but what if I don't want to die?
Almost a challenge.
Oh, we found that waypoint early. Did they change it? Did you find the waypoint sooner?
By what foul means.
Gold finds soul cores really strong right now. It's just really sad that you're being held back by the money resource, right? Like you have to literally farm money to reskill your character. Personally, never a fan of that. You know, like I'm sitting here, I have 20 ideas of what I want to do with certain characters, and I cannot do these things, right? So I have to play with builds I don't want to play right now to be able to then experiment with new things, which just never feels good. Because I want to like try the new things, right? I want to see if that works. Always probably my main complaint. They fixed the Ritualist already. Blood Boil seems to be fixed and properly work now. And that's what we're going to test for sure. Because Blood Boil is obviously the first thing you can get very, very early on, very quick, very simple, very dirty. So I obviously want to see like how well can I experiment around with Blood Boil, right? Oh, those are gonna hit good. I wonder, can she not get in here? I never actually fought her like in here. Because I never thought about it. But can she not get deeper in here? I mean, this is going to have me obviously in this situation where I cannot avoid anything anymore, and we're kind of like screwed. But I never thought about the fact that you can kind of get her stuck in that room.
Need more time.
Woo! We got her.
Then don't discriminate.
Okay, with that support gem, we can now play Expedite. So that has the explosive spear together with the faster explosion that we can then just spam that more. It's going to be Expedite. Thank you very much. Also need to teleport back because we just leveled up, so we might get something. Yeah, Blood Boil got negative feedback for not doing too much damage, as it should, right? That is +1 to all melee skills. Well, I cannot afford that, even the slightest, right? Not even a little bit. It's not completely true. We're almost there. Buy some more of these beautiful things. It's funny how in the beginning, like, you're going to waste your money mostly on that, right? The Ascendancy patch is out already. The Ascendancy patch is out already. You can right away change your Ascendancy. But as I just said, I can't really reskill my existing characters because I don't have the money for it. So I might as well just make a new character. Especially as I want to test how good is Blood Boil for leveling. Because you can get Blood Boil really early, and that can straight up influence the way how you're playing. Right? So that's kind of cool. I love the Ascendancies that have like a skill, like the Pathfinder, for example, with concoctions, that you do actually have the concoctions incredibly early, and you can use the concoctions to then influence your gameplay if you want to. If that's going to do very much, who knows? But that's not the point, right? Like maybe Blood Boil allows for a very, very vastly changed fun gameplay loop. By the way, we could have already picked up Disengage and put a Stomping Ground on it, but we want the Explosive Spear anyway, so it's going to be Rake plus Explosive Spears in the long run. I wonder how Disengage Stomping Ground would have actually done, so we need to get another support gem to try that out. And obviously you want to have Rake Stomping Ground. Yeah. Uh-huh. Feel like you could just go in, throw these two, do damage. Ah, my favorite part about this fight when he does that. When I say favorite part, I absolutely don't mean favorite part. Good.
Neck is hurting, and only stopping this wrapping will set it right.
I wonder if it would be better to not identify a single item early on and just wait until you have the nameless one unlocked. You know? Just not identify a single item. Unless it's obviously a new weapon, but that's different because that's a new weapon. Most of the time, Stomping Ground misses because you jump out of range. Aha, thank you very much. I wasn't sure if disengage Stomping Ground would make any sense because, as you say, like the Stomping Ground, I think triggers like where you arrive. So if you do disengage, you pretty much jump back, and then the shockwave is where you arrive, not where you start. So if the shockwave was where we start, then it obviously would make sense because you would like Stomping Ground the beginning, but you're like Stomping Ground in the end. So yeah, that's that. Did they fix the 25% tactician damage node? Oh, that's a good question. I didn't check. Good point. Huh. I didn't check. We can later, as we find like some time towards the end of this stream, do some bug fixing testing and things. So good point. Thank you for reminding me. We're talking about is that the tactician has in the Ascendancy 25% of the damage of the tactician goes over to the allies in your vicinity, and that should apply to your totems, which it doesn't. So there is some fixing needed there. Right about now, a new weapon would be handy. Because you're like not one-hitting these guys. It's 5 AM, but I'm here.
Yes, these are just some odd...
I've already been at the dentist and I'm here. Come on now. Okay, 10 to 18 damage. That's a big difference to what we have right now. It's pretty much double the damage that we have. This would be +1 to projectile skills, which is nice, but I prefer the 10 to 18 damage, I guess. So we're going to identify you. We're going to identify you and you, so we can sell you for a little bit more money, even though that doesn't always work. And we need 337. I could just sell that for 90 gold, which I really don't want to do, right? But on the other hand, like getting a new spear is definitely worth it. So let's sell that for 90 gold. And then let's sell the one of these here. So I can just buy that beautiful spear.
Till next time.
I'll get some more of those. I'm not too worried about it. You're still playing Hunters at level 3? How dare you, sir? The Hunters is so much fun in the beginning. I like the easiest thing you can do is obviously your explosive spears because they're just chunking, right? You just put them in the ground and they damage. But I'll show you something that's actually plenty illegal, and that's going to be the actual Stomping Ground gameplay, because Stomping Ground gameplay is truly heinous, atrocious, and mean. Especially when you like go for that raid and then you just jump in and the Stomping Ground just kills everything. So like now the explosive spear just with one spear kills things. That's why we wanted to have it. Makes such a difference in like game fun. Because otherwise you're like stuck in like consistently putting these spears in and you're not getting what you want. Right? Thank you, Mr. Crimson Amulet. We're feeling very good about you. That's life regeneration. Would I like to turn that into magic? I would. I don't have the things to do it. The level 3 experience the same as 7 levels later. Well, it's pretty simple, though. If you don't like the early game experience, why would you keep on playing? You know? I mean, this is simple. Like, sure, everything is cool in the end game. I mean, I've seen amazing builds that use like 6 different uniques to be great. But you gotta get to that point, right? And not everyone wants to play something they don't enjoy until they actually do enjoy. It's like the great fallacy of Path of Exile 2 players, or Path of Exile players in general. You just gotta muscle through until you feel it. No, you don't. You don't feel it, you don't feel it. That's why we're always trying to make builds that are fun to play from early to late game. Because otherwise, there's no sense in even trying. The third one should be up here. We'll see about that. The looting campaign feels so much better right now. I mean, it's funny, like, the looting campaign actually feels good, and the stores feel good. But in the end game, it's just the same, like, it doesn't really vibe. Mm-hmm. Hello, Mr. Furblade. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen. You don't say so. You don't say so. Counter Split Build is so much fun, and we're working on another version, so don't worry. Okay, let's start with this one has to go away, this one has to go away, like everything that I can like break down later. This one is obviously, wow, 31% elemental damage. Apart from like actually giving us less, but that bonus elemental damage is quite useful. I'm gonna say it. So that's nice. Rest of the stuff is kind of like just going to go down the drain, time being.
How can I help? Anything take your fancy?
You could sell this for 178. It should be like technically worse than that spear, right? I'd say it's like right there, close to the other spear. I've dropped 20 exalts, 5Ks, and 0 divines total. I'm level 83. It's crazy because I am just dropping so many random divines. Like I can't even explain it. I just do the most normal stuff, and then like I've found like 5 divines or so already without a single ounce of magic find, and I just don't understand how I keep like finding these. You know, not to brag. Don't get me wrong. It's not about that, right? I'm just why? Why do I keep finding these divines? What is happening? It's like, hey, let me do this tier 10 map just to test something for the stream, right? Like when I do off stream in the morning, when I do some build testing and I try out some stuff, and like, oh, random divine. Why? What have I done? It makes no sense. Yeah, you get a perfect Ritualist orb. Me too. I found one of these also, like, at some point. Okay, you give me that level 3 so we can play Stomping Ground straight away. And we're not going to get hit by that. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh god, I can't pick everything up, chat. There's too much to pick up. Level 3 gem is this for now, because Rake will give us the stomping ground as soon as we get a support, obviously. So we gotta get a support now. 6 days, 10 hours, 1 divine here. It feels weird how sometimes divines just come rolling in like they have no business, right?
Must take a proper smith to forge runes like these.
And sometimes it's like, where are you, Mr. Divine?
Might make good scrap. Till next time.
Actually, since we're doing the journey, I can put everything in here. Usually I tend to keep all these things, right? And not actually kind of use them. Because, like, I gotta make sure that everything fits. Where is my rune tab? That I used to call runes. Oh, this is all jumbled through. It's called runes. Because you actually do need a rune tab. What would this be here? Slightly more damage for the explosive spear.
What have we got? Here's what I got.
Unless we get an even better spear. Unlikely. Any story behind the wizard's hat? I like the wizard's hat. That's the story. I like the wizard's hat.
Renly's done it. I like to hold on to bits and pieces. Any that catch your eye,
That is the story.
I will treasure it.
We're keeping these early pieces. Well, you can break them down as soon as you unlock the actual bench to break them down, right? Before you skill up, can you show the 3 different tier 3 spells? You get that lighting spell, you get the instant killing palm technique, because nowadays you get a killing palm technique actually with the huntress, and then there is a rake. Wait, yeah, that's it. Not too many. They add level capping to runes. Yes, as soon as you start dropping greater runes, you won't get lesser runes, and that makes a huge difference. Certainly. What do you sell the blue items and not disenchant? Because I have absolutely 0 money, sir, and I need every piece of money in the beginning. Also, I tend to disenchant yellow items for the regolds. Normal blue currency usually get more than enough off, so never needed that. That's at least how it's been working for me so far. I mean, our last God project brought us from level 0 to 90 in 40 hours, all in all. So it was, and down with the Arbiter too. So I wonder how the Ritualist is going to hold up for that. Oh, I found him. Great. I thought I might miss him, and it would have been really sad, because I feel like in solo Selfhound, I really want to fight him. Hee hee. I'm better than you. Long range. Looks like I could probably take that shot. Good support gem. Now we can use the rake that we could have used, by the way, before here. But what we want now is we want stomping ground, and we can't actually use it because we need strength for that. So let's make a quick level up. We actually have the level to utilize that. Spears 1 to all melee skills. Cool. Our Ritualist over Amazon. We already did an Amazon, and they fixed blood boils, so I would like to see how well that works now. That's pretty much it. So the Ritualist is now having blood boil function as according it should. I don't know if it's going to be like killer. I don't know if it's going to be crazy. What to really expect, but I'm willing to give it a try and see what happens. We need 5 strength, so we're obviously going to have to get this point here. With the 5 strength, we can now go for the rake into Stomping Ground. What happens is that you're now, when you go forward, you do this Stomping Ground. Surprise. That's why it's called Stomping Ground. And it does quite some damage. Katie, good morning. Good to see you there. Also, if we don't like, or if it turns out that the Ritualist is not working, what we can obviously do is we can see Stomping Ground, Stomping Ground. From that point on, it gets a bit simpler. This is why I'm saying Stomping Ground is overtuned, because this should not be what it is. Right? Now, obviously, this works with every skill. So, like, let's say you get a shield. Right? I see how much damage that is on the guy. Ooh, Pilgrim Vesta. I'm an energy shield. Wait, isn't this the spirit one? Lazuli ring. Wow. Those are really some disgusting rings. Disgusting in terms of terrible. Are leveling in Dawn of the Hunt? This is in Dawn of the Hunt solo self-found right now. You know, if you actually sell all the... let me actually put all the magic stuff in here right now. This one was... yeah, 100 to spirit, right? Wherever I would need that. Get 100 to spirit and just equip like 3 spirit skills that we don't have. But do it. In the new league right now, yes, we moved this character in, created this character because we wanted to start from 0. So, Katie, this is going to be the second portion of the God project. Remember, we've already done it once and it turned out really successful. Now we want to see it a second time. For this, we're using the Ritualist. Well, you know what? If I'm here already, I might as well pick the treasure up. Stomping Ground. Stomping Ground. Stomping Ground. Stomping Ground. Such a stupid skill. I mean, it doesn't do more damage than me, like, throwing 2 spears in, right? It just does, like, substantial shebang. Especially together with the bleed. Are we gonna support gem? What do you think we should do? Should we do something on the rake to make it do more damage? I mean, you could do the brutality, obviously. It wouldn't do any elemental damage. You should probably go for the... and the impact shockwave wouldn't work, obviously. The lacerate is unnecessary. I mean, you could pick up rage, I guess, to just have the bleed itself do more. But I don't think we actually do need the rage for this right now. I wonder if there's just a cuter way to do more. Bloodlust is useless. Martial tempo makes the stomp a bit faster. I don't like that one. I'm just like thinking about like what would actually, like, our main damage is the Stomping Ground, right? That's a fact. Your Stomping Ground does a lot of damage. So is there a way to help with that? As you said, martial tempo does help. Might as well, though, as you're spamming the ability anyways, just try to have it do more damage. What about magnified effect? Magnified effect. I don't know if the magnified effect actually applies on the stomping ground. That's a good question. So, like, if the triggers a shockwave, then actually just... Oh, it does. Interesting. It's certainly useful because, like, packs of mobs are getting bigger, right? Being able to kill them easier is always nice. Rake falls off. Rake does never fall off, actually. It's Stomping Ground that falls off heavily. But Stomping Ground is obviously a nice secret sauce for Act 1 to level like there's no tomorrow. Again, I feel like it's super cheese. Super cheese. Not just like a little bit. Oh, wow. An Exalted? That early? In this economy? With these tariffs? Holy. I'm buying a Lamborghini, Dad. Okay, increased melee and projectile damage. You can also last Stomping Ground longer by simply getting more strength. And you always have the opportunity to just get more strength. And the more strength you get, obviously, the more useful Stomping Ground is. Because Stomping Ground just scale from your strength. So that is something you can just improve without an issue. I mean, like, this strongbox here, by the way, is just, like, free leveled. It's crazy. Oh, wow. Superior Iron Hat Spear. That's nice. Pence Crossbow. That's going to give a lot of money. Love to see it, ladies and gentlemen. The riches are flowing in. What's the easiest class for new first-time players? Usually Warrior. Oh, 10 to 21 and projectile skills on top with cheese and cream. Look at that, Mom.
Yes, I like.
It's getting the goody good goods here.
Thank you.
One actually has to stay. Rarity of items found. That has to stay as well. One has to identify and get sold. Sold. Where do these stay? Well, they're all getting broken down in the long run. Hello, Mr. Renly. Could you sell me something absolutely heinously broken? No? Sad. I thought it's because Soul Self on there's higher drop rate. No. So Soul Cell Phone has absolutely no relevance to how much you're dropping. Okay. Ascension. So we're gonna do the long range rake. So it's explosive, explosive, disengage rake, explosive, explosive, disengage rake. I mean, you could also just like spam the rake here, right? Oops. Well, maybe I shouldn't have started that. But you can like, just spam the rake for the ground. But I feel like the explosive does do some good damage. Do. Wonder if you actually do want to like disengage rake or just rake spam. At least with disengage rake, you do some more bleed damage. Now, you know what would be good? Like having a stomping ground on the disengage and having a stomping ground on the on the disengage. That was the thing. I wouldn't complain. So many items. So many items I can't identify. Yeah, you can go Gem-Link Legionnaire then, absolutely. Just go like maximum stomping ground, like put yourself a rake and then second skill and then just go all the way. Rake disengages a special con with hero crystals. The problem is that hero crystals stink. Like even if you fully invest into them, they're just not good enough. I do hope that they revisit hero crystals to give them a slight buff. Because they're just not there yet, right? They work, but I beat Ang 1, 2, 3 with just Rake and Spear Throw, and that's a fantastic like thing, right? Spear Throw is actually decently OP. I like that ability a lot. I wonder if you could make a build based on Spear Throw, because I have a plan, chat. Okay, there is the Tactician, the Mercenary. Okay, and you know what the Mercenary can do? The Mercenary can actually pin everyone with all the damage. Hitting everyone is Combat Frenzy. Now, if the Spear Throw uses a Frenzy charge, it does tons of physical damage. Tons of physical damage. So if we could make a Spear Throw that always explodes because it always pins, and all the damage from the Spear Throw itself would actually pin. And like if with the actual Tactician, we could make a killer Spear Throw bleed build. Since like that sounds reasonable. Like technically you can also get pin done by just being a by using the bushwhack unique boots, right? But that's the whole point again. What if I don't have these boots? Right? Well, what if my soul self-hound and I want to do that? So genuine thought, like if that could actually turn out to be something that kind of works. I'd like to see it. Yeah, a machine gun scattershot. That's like the whole point. Like you could get so many frenzy charges, and then you could use scattershot on the spear. You could throw 3 spears at any time, and if 3 spears are being thrown with explosive with the frenzy charge, then all 3 spears actually explode. So there is very good merit for that actually somewhat working out. Oh, another Exalted Orb? Don't mind if I, like, question my existence right now. I mean, seriously? Game's like, do you want to have all the Exalted Orbs? I'm like, yeah, I want. But the thing is, I can't make this Tactician build. So all the stuff I just mentioned to you, right? That would be kind of like interesting to maybe try out. I can't do it currently because I don't have the money to do it. So I can literally not do the build that I so desperately want to try out if it actually works, because I do not have the money to reskill my whole skill tree on the Tactician, as that would cost me like 300,000 or so to redo it. So yay! Fun times. We wanted to identify these boots because they could have movement speed. They don't have movement speed, but they have resistances. I like it. We'll take it. Okay, everything comes into the box of riches. I originally intended to use the Whirlwind Spear with Twister and the Raw Mine, but somehow you can't use Twister on Raw even though it's a ranged spear attack. Yep. Welcome to things that don't make sense for like not a lot of money. Okay, let's kill Lucky, then we can finally identify stuff so I don't have to carry around identify scrolls anymore. You know what? I'm going to use this to update the quality by 1. You plan on taking any of your builds past 75? All my builds are currently sitting at 85. Proton. The thing is, so my hunters, bleed hunters can kill the Arbiter 0, obviously. My Tactician can kill Arbiter 2. My Smith of Kitava, I need to tinker with that one for single target boss damage a bit more. But yeah, like the builds are all like just working in that regard already. Such a stupid.
Need more time.
Good.
Rest now.
So simple.
Your kin at last.
We win because we're better, good looking, handsome. Awaken him. Arise.
Take a look.
Do you like that they show you now if it's a rare or a magic item, guys? In case you didn't notice it, there are borders around the items now that will show you if they're indeed rare or magic.
Sorry, I like to hold on to bits and pieces. Oh, I like this one.
10% increased movement speed, you say?
Goodbye. Yes, Finn makes. I will treasure it.
Fire damage. 10% movement speed. Cold resistance. We're fighting Count Junor.
It's beautiful.
You know you want it. So you got here, Cold the Weak, Fangs of Frost, and Lightning Spear. Technically, Fangs of Frost is actually not that bad. So you could mess around with that if you wanted to. Just as an FYI. See, all these items we didn't need any kind of thingies for. Break you down. We have to break you down.
Yes, I've collected these over time. Another for my collection. Thank you.
I am rich. Positively rich.
Hello.
Look at me having 2,000 gold already, chat. 2,000. You wish for Druid or Templar first? I want to see Druid because of the animal form, but also because of all the totem stuff that might come with totem and the with Druid and the elemental spells. In case you missed it, Druid is slated to have tons of elemental spells, so maybe that we can finally do some cool fire-related stuff, because that is what's heavily missing right now. We don't have any cool fire-related stuff. I mean, just for example, you have this cast fire skill on hit that the Smith of Kitava has, but there is just nothing to use it with, because there's just no cool cast fire skills on hit. There's just absolutely nothing. It's like, well, great you exist, but why? Like, I'm still questioning heavily. Like, GGG must have sat down and decided, sure, we're gonna make this class, and like, people are gonna, like, there's a build for it. You know? But there isn't. You know, like, because I would assume that if you make an Ascendancy with something like Fire Spell on hit, that someone at GGG sat down and he made a very obvious build that everyone can get to, right? That's like, makes so much sense that like, sure, like, people are going to figure it out. You didn't just create a skill for the off chance that someone with the right combination of unique items might maybe come to a conclusion that if he heavily invests into it, it could turn into something. Right? Surely that's not the case, Chad. And that's why we see so many Fire Spell on hit builds out there. Right? When you go now on Google and you type in Fire Spell hit, like, you know, then you're gonna like find like 20 different builds. You're not going to find like 20 Lightning Spear builds because that would be ridiculous. Correct? Because they know what spells comes in the future. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, with the knowledge of what spells are coming in the future, I am positively excited to see the Druid. what you can then do with a druid, because obviously then it might all finally make sense. But you notice my critique point that might make some sense. A third, Chad. Hold my exalted orbs, Chad, because I have 3 already. Let's fucking go. Absolute solo self-found gangster here. Streamer loot confirmed, dude. You like, what did we have yesterday again? Oh, no. 2 days ago, we found like 2, like, I don't know, 20 divine crossbows in a row. Absolutely heinous, illegal findings. Like, sure, let's just find those, because why wouldn't we? Ascension, howdy. Greetings to the Prime Gang. Thank you for the 25 months. Bagel also, good to see you there. Thank you for your support. Sorry, by the way, for no stream yesterday, guys, but it was the waifu's birthday, and I took her out to a escape room. I've actually never done an escape room together, so we're still married, by the way. Never done an escape room together. We're still married. No worries. Everything is okay. Good. But it was cool. It was an Illuminati-themed escape room, and our goal was to join the Illuminati. So that was kind of fun to figure that one out. So she didn't escape. Yeah, I left her there. We didn't make it. It's true ever. It was pretty cool. We actually worked very well together. We definitely have to repeat it. But I also figured out that my wife has never been kart driving. Chat, do you say kart riding or driving? Like go-karts, right? She's never been. How? So that's on the list of things we gotta do next. Because, like, seriously? Let's take mostly strength points here right now. Because we need that strength to make the rake bigger. Because rake, again, directly... Stomping ground directly correlates with your strength. See like how much damage I'm just doing because of that is like illegal. If you play Last Epoch, I am considering to play it at least until the end game with 1 summoner build. I like to play summoner builds in Last Epoch a lot. So we might do that, but I have no promises for you. Okay. I do want to do the God Project, but, you know, like, Path of Exile is not running away anywhere, so we might consider. Let's go back to the hunting grounds. Dispatcher, thank you for the 5 months of support. Appreciation, Dispatcher. And now that I, like, pretty much know my wife has never been go-karting, I need to, that's the next on the list. And then probably some more escape room fun. So that was cool, gotta say. Last Epoch a promise? Yes, obviously a promise. As I said, there is a chance, which means, like, it's confirmed. My problem with Last Epoch is always, the game is good. It's fun to play. But it sends my brain to sleep. I don't know what it is with the graphics, but it just makes my brain go bye-bye. And I absolutely have no explanation. I actually installed Last Epoch this morning because I wanted to, like, check if it's still the case. And it's still the case. It still makes my brain go to sleep. You know, when I play Path of Exile, my brain is active. I'm thinking the whole time. I'm like 4,000 IQ gigabrain thoughts. Do you see how we're just bullying the crowbell because we just took some strength? And that's because Stomping Ground, again, reads, deals 100 to 150% of your strength as physical damage. Which means, like, right now, we're dealing 12 to 22 damage. So if I take 5 bonus strength, 5 bonus strengths times 150%, triple 15 bonus damage on the skill, that makes sense that it actually ends up being so much, right? I mean, every point of strength counting, like, tons. I still feel like this is stupid and shouldn't work, but what can I say? I don't think I want to take this one here because this would be melee projectile. This would be bonus range, but I don't think we actually need the bonus range here in this case, right? So might it be better to just pick up the strength and the strength and the strength and just make our way towards the maiming strike? Well, with this actually, is this the way to play, chat? Like, no jokes. Is that what you need to do? Let's actually try this out, okay? Full like, oh my lord, look at the damage now. We just killed that elite in 2 stomping and in 2 rakes. Oh, that was the right choice, the Slayer. Yeah, that was the right choice, Chad. This is almost as good as stat stacking, right? When you have the stat stacking Gemling Legionnaire, a Pillar of the Cage Gods, kind of like gameplay. Screw, like, hey, GGG, nerf Pillar of the Cage Gods, guys, so it's not, like, so oppressive anymore. But hold my beer. What about Stomping Ground? You could skill the lobbing student to get more strength and safety points. Which, wait, stalk and leap? Which cluster? I mean, like, you skip this here completely and just go, like, for the full strength on the outside, just for the YOLOs. No, I do believe you still want that one because we are using range skills in between. We're throwing the, technically we're throwing the explosive spears. Technically. Our middle of Act 2 becomes much weaker. We know that, sir. You do need, like, if you invest heavily in strength, you can actually push it fast forward. Wonder if it would be better now to actually take Herald of Ash over Herald of Blood. Because we might be using Rake, okay? And Rake does, bleed for the Herald of Blood. But technically, you're overkilling, so the Herald of Ash is actually better. Do I feel bad about this? No, I don't. No, I don't, ladies and gentlemen. It is stupid, it is silly, and I think it shouldn't be there. It's still fun, though. I mean, stupid things are fun for a reason. Because they're stupid. Right? That's why OP things exist. Neither Blood nor... Yeah, but like the actual heralds, like the explosive heralds for what you're doing right now are not worth it. You're absolutely correct about that. What would be better is probably taking Wind Dancer as it actually makes you safer. So I am fully with you that the heralds are fun to have, but none of the heralds are worth it early. I would argue for Warrior, maybe for the Bone Shatter Warrior, but then again, your Bone Shatter does so much damage that it's just overkill. So none of the damaging heralds are really doing much. For Ice Strike, it does make sense to a degree. So if you're playing a monk, because the monk has like the freeze from early on. So that still does work. Keep that in mind. I think we got to go to that cluster all the way up there. Scavenge plating with armor break on Rake. No. But I found out something interesting, Chad. So did you know that Herald of Blood cannot bleed, right? So Herald of Blood cannot bleed. That means you can't have like a chain reaction Herald of Blood, correct? But you know what Herald of Blood can do? It can cause plague. So your Herald of Blood can cause enemies to get plagued, which then can actually trigger bleed, to then cause blood loss, to then trigger Herald of Blood again. And the interesting part is for Herald of Blood to really be efficient, an enemy needs to only have like one single point of blood loss. Okay? So you're going to use Herald of Blood. Herald of Blood explodes. Herald of Blood has a chance to poison. Herald of Blood does apply Bursting Plague. Bursting Plague triggers. Bursting Plague applies bleed. And that respective bleed then triggers Herald of Blood again on death to cause a chain reaction Herald of Blood. The same works with armor explosions. So if you have the explosion of Herald of Blood actually break armor, for example, and then you would add, if armor is broken by said skill, you trigger an explosion. Okay? You listen to me. Okay, chat? Herald of Blood kills an enemy, but he also breaks the armor, and the armor then causes an explosion. That explosion of the armor can then cause the bleed again, because it's physical damage. If you have a high chance to bleed, that will then cause bleed again, which then has your enemy suffer blood loss, which then will trigger the Herald of Blood again, which then will break armor again, which then will cause an explosion again, that will then cause blood loss, which then, and so on. So these are like kind of nice ways to actually propagate this. It won't make you better for like boss fighting, but like for clearing things and for clearing whole rooms, it's quite efficient. No, he's getting bullied. One, two. 1, 2. This is dumb, chat. This is like levels of dumb that are that I have no words for.
Something tells me we've not seen the last of him.
And we'll definitely be quick on our feet today. I'll tell you that much for free. Oh, 103 armor and 7 strength. Oh no, Chad. Oh no. Should we get 7 strength? Maybe we should, because 7 strength is going to be even more damage. Yes, surely we should. Balanced, like everything should be. Yes. By the way, did you see the update, chat? You're now getting multi charm belts easier. Very good change. It is super easy to get now belts that, you know, have multiple charm slots, which was something that was not happening so much. But nowadays, they're just gobbling down your throat like there's no tomorrow. What kind of herald do you think we should take? I would right now go with Wind Dancer, because none of the other make any sense. Like Herald of Ash, no sense. Herald of Blood, no sense again. I kill everything anyways. The only reason for Herald of Blood would be aggravate bleeding, but that kind of is unnecessary. So I guess at this point, it's just Wind Dancer. Did you hear that they're planning on 6 charms later? I heard. I just don't know what their plan is with the charm system in general, right? Like, adding more charms does not make the charm system suddenly so much better, right? It's not like that magically, due to the application of more and more charms, the charm system turns into like an absolute beast. It's just like, okay, cool, but no. Do we have iron? No, we certainly don't have iron. Double companion notables reduces your defense, but enemy are fighting your bets most of the time, so no need of them. AI versus... Wait, sorry, like, longer sentence. Yeah, they meant charm slots on belts. They want to extend the amount of charm slots on belts, so you can actually have a lot of charms on belts. But I really don't know, like, if, like, I am barely using, like, I mean, at this point, with one charm slot, I put on the anti-freeze charm, so I don't get frozen, and that's it. I never fucking cared about it from that point on, right? Anyone else? Did you ever care? Nah. You put on that, like, I don't want to get frozen, and then you're just like, that's good, thank you. Konnichiwa. I mean, who of you actually, like, you know, you can go all the way with Arbiter without a single charm. Correct me if I'm wrong. Tell me I'm lying. Let's take that soldier's helm and hope it actually does have more strength. Let's fucking go, Chad. Woo, 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 woo. I mean, seriously, that's actually really good. And physical damage plus dexterity. Yep. So our strength is at 49. So that's 49 times 150, chat. What is that? That is 124 damage per leap. And I'm currently doing with my rake 26 damage base. Okay. So right now the Stomping Ground is doing 124 damage per Stomping Ground. I mean, it's no wonder that it actually kills everything, like if you think about it, and that's why we're also just going for more strength. And that's why we just continue to get more strength at this given point. Stomping Ground works well with Stampede. Stomping Ground can use on like any travel skill that ends at the opponent. So the problem, for example, for Disengage is that you're not ending at the opponent, right? Because the Stomping Ground is around you and it does travel with you. So as long as you actually do end up in the opponent where you want to be, like if you're in front of them, then fantastic. That's why Shield Charge also works so nice, because you're shield charging into someone and you're actually getting impact damage too. So it's like worth it to shield charge into people. Wait, can the Executioner be here, or do I have to go to the other side? Charms are just an oh crap toggle button. Yeah, but they're again, like, charms feel like nice that they're in the game, but they seem to be a layer of, like, how do I say this now? They just don't do enough. I mean, yeah, sure, they can make you not get frozen. Congratulations. Wow, I never knew that these could be so close together. Wow. But they just simply don't do enough. Rake Disengage is a terrible playstyle, Emo. I like the Rage Disengage playstyle. I mean, you could say that throwing lightning spears for just simply like 1 billion damage to everyone around you is a terrible playstyle, because let me check my notes. I mean, it's just using one OP skill to clear a whole screen. I feel like Rake Disengage is actually a realistic playstyle they want to have happening. Right? I mean, Rake Disengage is like really realistic, because you're using a skill on a set of opponents, and you're using that skill to overwhelm set of opponents, and then you're moving to the next set of opponents. Right? Seems to me personally like the intended playstyle. How much stun threshold is enough to actually see results? They nerfed the light stuns, Gian. So you're not getting light stun as much as you used before. So you actually don't need it anymore. Kind of weird. Deadshots, thank you for the 76 centuries of support. Deadshots, good to see you there. Oh, thank you for reminding me I have a coffee, Chad. Why am I drinking a coffee with a straw? I was at the dentist today, and I might risk that coffee just drools down my face randomly. So I'm sorry for Having to drink coffee with a straw. Please don't hate me. We're going for extra physical damage.
Stick to the care.
Salvage bench. Okay, what is this? Increased movement speed, trigger decompose skill on step. Oh no! Do I want this? Do I want the 10% movement speed? Technically I do. We're just gonna break it down.
How's the clear? Take a look.
Anything that doesn't give me strength is not wanted, chat. Okay, put the runes back in the rune menu. Get all these things that I can break down now, because that's why we kept them.
What have we? What would you like?
10 to 18, 10 to 18. Now this one is better. You know what? I want to like just take some of these here to just juice this up, because look at that, 31 damage, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Like, that's like a big bang dammer. The pair of boots was OP. It was okay. It was okay. Do you think Titan is still playable? If you want to have the maximum amount of strength, then Titan is still better. I also tried out to make an energy shield. So I tried to make an energy shield warrior that relies on life regeneration to restore the energy shield. And you know what? It works fire. So I had a full armor energy shield, like 60% armor and like 2,000 energy shield, like 2,500 life, 2,000 energy shield, and the energy shield gets restored by life regeneration, which means you're taking damage, but at the same time you're refilling your shield already as you go. That worked out plenty good. Pair that together with what the warrior does in general on like just deleting whole screens, that was killer. So when it comes down to just making things like that work, the Titan is still better, as the Titan just has like all these nodes, for example, that give you 18% more energy shield and armor. That one is then not 18%, it's 18% times like 50, because it obviously gets boosted. So that's like slightly improved. Titan Rake Stomping Ground max strength. I would like to see how much damage Stomping Ground could technically deal. The problem is if you go for the equation, even a 400 strength warrior, the Stomping Ground would only do 1,000 damage. Now 1,000 damage is just nothing in the end game, right? With 1,000 damage, I wipe my ass with 1,000 damage, right? So obviously 1,000 damage won't do anything for you in that regard. Have you tried using parry to cancel the animation of an attack? Sir, no. Like, sir, have you tried not sweating down your nostrils? No offense. Have you tried not wearing soggy underwear because you like sweated it all through in one gaming session? Certain things are possible. Yes, indeed, they are. That does not mean you should actually do them.
Need a moment.
No offense. Oh, I'm absolutely sweating here too, using Stomping Ground to level up. But I'm doing it for science, at least, I guess. Telling that myself. Your 9800 X3D is struggling to keep up. I haven't actually noticed any issues with the monster density. Wait, hold on. Where's the mention? Is the mention up? The mention should be up and left. Yeah. I'm not used to the Soul cell phone designs right now. Explosive spear is other thing. Rake everything. Parry, spear throw. We could do spear throw, lacerate, so actually to cause some bleed. We could have the like you could have this have unyielding, I guess. So the disengage gets not unyielding. It gets ingenuity is a tier 2. Yeah. There's actually literally nothing you want to give this. Weird. You're Stomping Ground on the Rake. What do you think? What do you think we're doing, sir? What do you think we're doing? With the God Project, we always do the most heinous things, okay? The main idea with the God Project is we're always doing The meta Hori plays, apart from not a Genji with Lightning Spear right now, like using Rake Stomping Ground because it is just so illegally good, to skip the curve, right? To make things in solo self-found easy, because this is solo self-found. And the interesting part is that Rake is so good for solo self-found because you don't need to have a good weapon, right? I don't need a good weapon.
Stick his head on a pike.
I could have the worst weapon right now. As long as I have strength, I right now do not need to have one. That being said, though, if I have a good weapon, then on top of the Stomping Ground, my Rake will obviously do more damage as well. So having a good weapon is still of an advantage. Mm-hmm. Also, Brutality, no, we are right now using Magnified Effect to increase the area. Because Brutality should technically not increase the damage of Stomping Ground. Now, I say should technically not, but I don't actually know. Do we want to just keep boosting the strength? Yeah, we're just going to keep boosting the strength until we're at the spear skills, right?
Road to redemption.
That might actually be the smartest thing to do. So there is this spear skill tree that gives you tons of actual damage. So we will just boost until we arrive there. I love the rune update, not picking up low runes. The latest updates they have all been doing add nice quality of life to the game. I mean, the rune update is something that should have been in since day one, but sometimes it needs a learning experience to obviously get to that point, right? So no hurt feelings. But yeah. I have not enough dexterity to pick up the next level skill, Chad.
That's an exception.
Maiming Strike is good on the way. Yeah, but Maiming Strike would kind of lower our damage right now.
Bleed out. Need more time.
Ta-da!
Whatever it was, it's dead now.
Wonder if there is actually a... Is there a skill you want, Chad? Tier 5 skill? Anything? Dropping a better spear in the campaign, you don't drop better spears. You buy better spears. Okay. That spear has 11 strength. Do you know how good that is right now? Chad, do you know how good that spear that gives me 11 strength is right now? How illegally illegal. I could also get like I could just kick this thingy out and just try to get myself a like a shield that would give me strength. Here. That's what we're talking about, Chad. Because I'm not planning to parry anyways, so I'm going to take a shield that gives me strength. Bring me up to 85 strength. Let's go. So, 85 times 3, Chad. Calculator, come here. 85 times 3. That's 255. Good. Let's make this spear 20.
Anything take your fancy?
This is armored maximum life, but it doesn't have strength, so we don't want it.
Go well.
Does she have, like,
Yes,
cool rings?
please.
She doesn't have cool
Stay
rings.
safe, if you can.
So we have support gems that we can't use because there's nothing to support right now. We have our cool weapon with a lot of strength. What we needed to do is we need to refund a passive to actually do a dexterity, right? Because right now I couldn't actually use the tier 5 because it didn't have any dexterity. Now, do you want Barrage, Rapid Assault, Spearfield, or Stormlines? I don't think you want any of these, right? You're just going to continue like boosting the Rake at this point. What recommendation for the Huntress build to tame a beast? Oh, you mean what beast you want to tame? It depends on. I mean, having something with heal is nice, so the regenerative aura is quite insane. Not going to lie. You can get physical damage boost. I use Temporal Bubble because it allows my Huntress to just engage in melee range better, as the Temporal Bubble is like slowing down the opponents, and then I can just melee easier. Haste is also amazing. Yes, Haste Beast R is super good. It's like free, what was it, movement and attack speed? Then I have on my Mercenary a beast that does a periodic shock. And due to that doing periodic lightning damage around it, it actually shocks the opponents. So I pretty much get free shock in boss fights for another 20% bonus damage. This is how you have to look at it. How do you get 20% bonus damage? Well, just have your Tame Beast shock the enemy, and that's then 20% bonus damage. A beast with Trail of Ix modifier can be really good for Twisters. Yes, if you play Twisters, you obviously want to have like Burning Ground, Freezing Ground, or Shock Ground. I think Trail of Fire might be one of the best ones, because Trail of Fire just really makes this fixed like Burning Ground that your beast like creates at any given point behind it. Oh no, chat, and a lead!
That was almost a challenge.
I don't know. This is one of the faster act ones, even if it's solo self-found, right? We actually are level 15, which is higher than I would usually be. I'm level 14 at this point. But the reason we're 15 is because everything just dies. Right? It's not like because I am playing better, I'm using different, like, right? It's just because the stomping ground, due to the magnified effect and everything, where we're just hitting more things. So yeah, it's that. Just bought a new 5080 rig. How much do you pay for a 5080 rig in this economy right now? I mean, currently might be the historically worst time to actually buy yourself any kind of computer, as like the prices are like hitching up and down, and it is crazy. Oh, that was a nice lag. I was pretty much inside of them without being inside of them. 5,400 New Zealand dollars. That seems still reasonable somewhere, but also still very expensive.
I'll remove your head myself.
Go on then. Come and get it.
I mean, prices have obviously spiked like crazy. I'm following one PC company in America, and they pretty much had graphic GPUs they ordered be held mid-transit, and then the new tariffs were applied and they got more expensive. Okay, think about it, chat. So you pretty much ordered, right? You had a price, and then the order, you just get a hold mid-transit at some point, and then, you know, the tariff changes get applied, and like now it's more expensive. Hey chat, have you ever had an easier Count Junior fight at this level? Come on, before he goes in the next phase. Yes! With your Merc, how did you get the Warthog? You can get Tame Beast on everyone. Here, Chad. Overabundance, Expedite, Explosive Spear, and then just Stomping Ground, Magnified Effect. That's it. With 80 Strength. Again, 80 Strength is 150%. Here, Stomping Ground, Shockwave, 150% of your strength as physical damage. Well, that times 150. Okay.
Find her. Kill her. But first, please,
Sadly, you can't really see the shockwave damage here. I wish you could see the shockwave, but you can't.
We must make haste. Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparation.
Hey, GGG, this is a one-button build. Nerf him! Nerf him! GGG, we found him. Yeah, it's officer. It's him. Take him down.
You've done what the good. Goodbye.
That one has no strength, so I don't want it. I'm a simple man, chat. It doesn't have strength. I don't want it. But I'm going to take that belt. And it's now way easier for belts to have like 2 slots. That's kind of cool.
Stick to the cairns.
Have artillery turrets been nerfed? No, they have been buffed. Totems in general have been buffed because totems are now having more elemental resistance. And the mercenary is, the shard, since shard scavenger is working now, mercenary is stronger than ever.
So this is the Visteri.
Gold, cold damage. Do we buy this one, Chad? I mean, it's like, it's obviously better than what we have. Even though we don't need cold damage for anything, but like, and it's better than what we have. I just didn't want to spend like 2,000 on this because 2,000 is expensive. Is the update already live? Yes. What's this Ascendancy? We haven't ascended yet, but we are going for Ritualist. So that's the plan. Because we want to try out the buffed Blood Boil. Since Blood Boil was not too strong, they kind of buffed it up. And I want to see if Blood Boil is now a true option to play while leveling. Especially with the Rake Stomping Ground playstyle. It might be amazing since you're pretty much like Rake Stomping Grounding into your opponents. And if then Blood Boil gives enemies in your presence these blood boils that then erupt, that might work together hand in hand extremely nice to just boost your power. We're going further, more strength. We're going like straight away in that spear tree because I don't see a single reason to not do that. When we're trying to boost our damage, so the spear tree is the most reasonable thing to boost our damage. That quiver we don't need. How is the mercenary buffed? The mercenary has Shard Scavenger working now. Shard Scavenger is a total wholesale buff to grenades. Rake does more damage the farther you dash. Yeah, but we're not doing rake damage. This whole damage is just like here. If I put the Stomping Ground off. So let's put the Stomping Ground off. So like I'm still doing like okay damage is still there. But like, see, I'm jumping into these guys and look, like they're not dead. Now we're putting Stomping Ground back on. Everything dead. This is like, there's no rake damage here. Rake is just auxiliary bonus damage on top, but the whole damage here is Stomping Ground. My rake would do 40 damage, my disengage 78, my explosive spear 178, so that's 178 with an explosive spear. It's good, like it hurts, it's nice. But the Stomping Ground is my strength times 150%. So pretty much my strength times double and a bit. Right? Almost triple. And that deals pretty much the same amount of damage as the explosive spear instantly to everyone around me. They changed the level requirements to enter the trials. No, not the level requirements. You need to do a certain quest first. So you have to been at the Helani gates and you have to have finished the trials of corruption, the level afterwards, where you kill Balboa. Can't ascend before then. Not using WASD. WASD hurts my wrists, so I am not using that as I like to actually be a functional human member of society. I heavily prefer the explosive spear gameplay, as that feels like I'm actually playing for real and not just spamming rake on the opponent. This reminds me a bit of Monk, chat. Reminds me a little bit of Monk. Five, that would be... I'm not sure if we're ever going to get to Explosive Spear at this point. I'll be honest with you. Big nerf incoming next season, Dr. Drake. Well, there's definitely not going to be a nerf during Dawn of the Hunt. That's at least a good thing. You are absolutely assured that that will not happen in any capacity.
Take your time.
Well, that's 15% more movement speed. Don't mind if I just hollow dollar builds, y'all. That does not have strength, so I don't want it. That has 117 evasion rating, but no strength, so I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. A maximum life. That is a lot of damage, but not as much damage as I do have, I guess.
As you wish.
Let's check for better spears.
I hear you.
I mean, unless the next spear is also having strength, I'm kind of like pigeonholed to keep that spear. Normal item into magic item. That's increased cast speed. That's completely useless. And then magic item with more life. Cool. When we're almost at... We're at 500 life because we've been boosting strength, which will make the Trials of Sekhmet easier. Hey, chat. Think about it.
For glory.
Due to us focusing on strength, we are now easier able to survive things because we have more life. It's not Hunters, that's OP. I gotta say, both Hunters' Ascendancies are amazing. Let's be fair. Ritualist, triple rings, fire. Amazon, easy crits, fire. There is... Both are insane. I mean, look at some of the other classes and their Ascendancies, and you're kind of like, oh, yeah, my main, it's like kind of okay, and you could play. Nah, fire. Both. Big advantage. Really want to know how the 3 rings feel. Oh wait, Topaz ring you say? Topaz ring is killer. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived. We are now officially here. We could actually put off our shield, by the way, to get 25% more attack speed, which would help us to attack even faster, to then rake even more. That being said, I do want to keep my shield for more strength, for more damage. I don't feel like the 25% would like, right? It's not like we're not killing everything anyways. We're just would kill everything, like, bosses a tad faster, but it wouldn't help us going through levels. Is rarity on gear still meta? I haven't had a single ounce of rarity on gear, and I have found everything in the game that you can find. So, better Jeweler's Orb, Divine Orbs, Regals, Exalteds in the end game, everything. So, rarity on gear is certainly not a necessity anymore. I mean, you can still run it, because it's still not bad to have, but it's not like, if you don't run it, you're a stupid fucking idiot. Okay? I hope that answers your question. If you plan to play a lot of endgame, though, I think it would be stupid to not look for something, right? It's the best way how to look at it, Coop. If you want to play a lot of endgame, if you want to push for level 90, if you want to push for level 95, you should definitely look for equipment pieces that have Magic Find on it. But that's just in the nature of things. It might not do as much as it used to, and it might not be as mandatory as it used to be. But that doesn't mean that it will help, especially the more time you do actually spend with said content. I mean, like, for me, as someone who spends more time in the campaign than in the end game, I don't give a flying fart. I mean, we just figured out recently how long it really takes. Like, what was it? 14 hours, and I had a character at level 85, right? It was super quick. Like, we just flew to level 85. But then I'm also 85 and I like lose any interest in the character at that point. 85 is kind of where all my motivation to keep playing the game dies out. I hope I'm not the only one, but the XP curve just hits a wall. It is so hard, and it just kills every single ounce of motivation I have to play. Like, oh, so I'm not getting any XP, and if I by accident die to something, because obviously defense still doesn't make sense, then I just lose that. Yep, I don't want to. Right? But before, it doesn't matter. Before, you might die, but like with like you kill another 10 mobs and the XP loss is gone again, and it just gets like to the point where it's just, yeah, zero motivation.
Clean kill.
I don't think that's a problem necessarily. The wall at 90 is even worse. I know, sir. We leveled the character to 90 just to see how bad the wall actually is. It's horrible. I wouldn't mind the XP loss if defense would work.
This is no mine. It's a death trap.
If defense would fully work, if defense would actually make you defensive, if tankiness is something that is achievable and not just a dream, unless you're playing energy shield, because let's be fair, the best way to be tanky is still energy shield. And I think I kind of like found out for myself again why that is, because you can just simply multiply energy shield and you can't multiply life. Right? With 3 nodes, you can get plus 60, and plus 40% more energy shield. That is impossible with life. You can't do it. There's no way to multiply life upwards. Would be great if there was. Your Lich has 10k shield, yeah, and you're not even breaking a sweat, right? It's like the problem. Like, you can get 10k shield, and that's like on your left ass cheek. Without even trying. Like, you are only wearing blue gear. You're not even having, like, rares on, right? But getting, like, 2,000 life and your resistance is fixed and all that stuff together, oh boy. Getting 3,000 life with every... oh boy. I remember my 4,000 energy shield monk with K's inoculation, undying. Even now the character's undying. Like 1 health, 4,000 energy shield, and you just don't kill over. Speed run.
One survivor.
Yeah, with a recoup build, you can make yourself immortal unless you get one shot, and that's obviously the issue, the one shots. I think, like, if they ever manage to get the actual... they ever manage to get the actual things under control, like that defense is working as it should work, so that defense is actually defending. If they ever get that under control, I think the game truly is going to be fantastic. Until then, it's like, okay. That one is better than what we have. But not crazy enough to actually invest any kind of upgrades to that. I don't have enough decks. I need to refund 2 nodes into decks.
think twice before doing that here.
Good. I never understood why they made armor extremely complicated equation. I don't understand. The one thing I don't understand is how, like, it's energy shield or nothing, right? So we all know that these two exist, but it's energy shield or nothing. End of the day. To just feel good, right? But the problem is not that armor completely doesn't work or evasion rating doesn't work. They just don't feel good to use.
I'm sweating like a stuck pig, I am.
When it comes down to a game feeling, and you feel like your actual resistance, your actual armor, your main defensive stat is just, it's just not it, not doing it, that's a bad feeling. It's not a little bit bad feeling, that's quite a horrendous one. When everything falls apart, especially the further you get down in the levels, right? The more you play, the more you get into the end game, the more you suddenly notice that what you're doing is not going to work much longer. But hell, once they get that fixed, I'm all yours. And we can be cooking, GGG. I don't doubt they'll figure it out. See, the thing is, I don't doubt they'll figure it out, but we just have to suffer through it right now. Let's see how easy Bulbalite now is. Bulbalite is usually my hate opponent to face at this stage of the game because she's a bitch. Sorry, I said it, I'm not taking it back. Annoying, stupid Jin lady. Eat my ass. Dashing in, dashing out, being an absolute nuisance.
There's something odd about this door. Feels like it were meant to stay shut.
Now, Jindak, I prove myself.
Hold on.
Daria, mists of
We need more time.
hands right.
Can I chase her? You know, she was dashing over the screen, but can I chase her?
Need more time. Stop no wounds.
Yeah, that's just illegal. We don't want to struggle at all.
The coin.
Another Exalted? Don't mind if I do. Hey, chat, could I please get another Exalted? That's like, what, number 4? Number 5 right now? I mean, for only boosting strength? Okay, we're going for more melee damage if we're surrounded. That if we're jumping in, we just do more melee kaboom. Definitely boosted streamer account, John. Got a special code from Jonathan this morning. Entered it. From that point on, only the Exalteds are dropping. This is absolutely true and not made up.
I'll not make the journey home like that.
I really don't want to teleport back just for one item with a socket in it. But you all know that we have to.
If you had the
We don't have the luxury to just be like, nah, you know what? We don't actually want to teleport back. 15 to 30 damage. Slightly less than actually what this one has.
sands guide you.
So how many Exaltas is that? 4. What we could test out, by the way, is if the Rake actually does more damage to the Brutality. But since everything gets one hit, that's kind of hard to test. Since everything actually dies to one hit, it's kind of hard to test. Minion builds any good now? No. They work. They do a lot of damage, but minions currently suffer a survival issue. So the actual max life of minions, despite pushing minions past level 20 heavily, is very low. That they really do end up dying extremely quick. GGG did nerf the max life that minions have and the max overlifing and the endgame life in general to kind of nerf minions, but like if minions just consistently die, then they're no fun to play, right? The worst part about minions is any kind of summoning gameplay. Your summons continuously die. Your summons are never alive to actually give you joy. Then where's the fun? Like, you wouldn't mind them doing less damage if they're at least alive, because if they're dead, they do no damage.
Too late to stop the bloodshed, but not too late to avenge the fallen.
My luck is bipolar, getting like 5 divines in total, but I haven't gotten a single Greater Jeweler Orb. Oh yeah, that's normal. Greater Jeweler's Orb might as well not exist. Like, I don't know what you have to do to get Greater Jeweler's Orb. Like, if you have to go over to the GGG offices and service some people, or I don't know. Like, sometimes you feel they exist, and sometimes you feel like certain currency pieces just don't exist. For real. Everything is dying so nice. Ascendancy soon, ladies and gentlemen. So I tend to like try to kill her. Then I get the Jamanra part. Then we go for Keth for 2 more skill points. And then we ascend, I'd say. That's usually my go-to. You get divs. I have found like 5 divines so far across all my characters this season without a single ounce of magic find.
Hold them back when I open the gate. Around the caravan through all 3 gates. My warriors will swarm them under.
I wonder if there are some big strength nodes I'm not tapping into. My evasion is 11%. You know what? Taking that Windrunner was definitely not the vibe, Chan. So we took Windrunner because I could. But I'll be honest with you. I guess at this point I might have as well just picked Herald of Ash. Because I don't have any evasion. I mean, I might get some evasion together in the long run. Gemcutter Prison. Gemcutter Prison? Do we want to do something with that early? There's like no ability that profits from it, or no damage I have. I'm 22. I usually ascend with 21, 22. Like what I tend to do is I finish this part of the map. Then after finishing the Halani gates, I do Keth for the 2 free skill points. Because the 2 free skill points are usually a big boost in damage. Strength. Is there some strength node I don't take early on? I mean, here 10. Just get like 5 and just get another 10 strength. Just like that. There's a strength node here for 15. There's a strength node over there. I took that like a champ. So how much damage would that deal?
Seek peace, and the Sekimas disgraced me. Rot in the sand. This time, we choose war.
You receive the death you deserve. And I
We shall finish this.
What class is Ritualist? Huntress? Yes, Ritualist is Huntress. My explosive spear is slowly getting into damage levels where it can actually compete with the strength I have from
This is no natural sandstorm. We must battle sorcery.
my character.
It must be.
Level 7, Wicked Dope Blood Hunt. I don't actually need any of these. That's the crazy part. I could still take Blood Hunt if you want to. Howdy Putra, good to see you there. You still gotta decide if we like want to boost strength like vastly more.
Who goes there? Take your all unburden you.
What our plan is going to be. Generally taking like any strength related items might actually be cute. Okay. Is there a totem build you can do as a warrior? Yes, the shockwave totem still works. It's just weaker than before. Okay, so now, as I said, we're going for Keth. And then Trial of Sekimis. Is Keth like right below this? This is Helani Gates. That's Stone Valley. That's Modern Quarry. Where is Keth? Or am I blind, Chan? Eh? It's right below me. Great. There's a chest that lets you have 2 companions. There is a note that lets you have 2 companions already.
Finding water in a place like
Not
this.
super stoked they weakened the totems. Well, at least the artillery ballista is insane. I don't know why they weakened shock. Well, they actually didn't weaken shockwave totems. What they weakened is, in general, the overleveling of skills to be less efficient. So it's like, I think the shockwave totems turned out to be an innocent bystander that got shot down by this. Because they pretty much just nerfed that if you overlevel skills by a lot, by a fuck ton, then the bonus they are getting is less, right? Obviously, totems heavily profited from this and turned out to be really strong. Not as strong as minions, for example, because minions obviously profited from this vastly, more than anything else.
Another monstrosity what needs killing. Man snakes.
Snakes on the plane!
Wait.
Or we're not raking in and out, chat, because it's not worth it. It's more efficient to stay on the lady.
Need more time.
Do it now that we have her down.
These sands will suffer your poison no longer.
We can get the bonus damage from being close by. Probably want to take these two. I mean, we could have, again, just taken, like, all the strength we wanted to. But we don't need to early on. Like, we get enough strength. Just going to boost, like, for more of the spear skills. Because, like, my explosive spear in the long run is going to just outscale the rake. And that's, I think, what you're aiming for. So right now, rake is still fantastic for clearing mobs, which you want it to be. Like, when I'm going through a map, I can obviously just rake after rake after rake, and you're just destroying it. But if in the long run, like, the spear obviously outscales this because the spear has just incredible scaling, that's fine. I mean, it already does have incredible scaling if you put 2 down here. Like, right? It's just kills him almost. That's my want, pretty much, to go from the one to the other.
Soften the wound.
Not sure if the lightning spear actually turns out better than the explosive spear, but I don't feel so. Especially not for single target, right? Wonder if we would put on the reach gem. How much would that actually help for the magnified effect? Like, you know, like the area here just going like bonkers. Work, huh? Could also go for shield charge to speed up the transit. Haven't felt that necessary yet. When we have movement speed boots, so we're moving fast through the areas. Shield charge seemed like, you know, we're not doing a speed run. We're just doing things efficient. So that shield charge seems like overkill.
To think this way all along, buried neath the sand.
So now we have done this area, okay, and I teleport out. We could finish Kath if I wanted to, but we're already 21, and 21 is like good enough to ascend. We don't need the boots. That helmet does not have strength on it. That chest does have strength on it. More than my other chest, but it's worse than general. That has 11 strength on it, but we need int to make it work.
Who goes rouse as I'll unburden you.
Maximum mana, increase rarity of items found. Bring it on, Big Daddy. See if there's anything strength related in here. No. Spears, 28. I just want to buy this to... Oh, that's 32. I just want to buy this to turn this into fodder. Let's get the maximum damage out of it, because I might need that for the long run. Let's get this.
Who goes there?
Tier 6 skill is disengage. Tier 7 skill is, again, nothing you actually want. Is a shield better to use than a buckler? Well, I am not... like, what was the thing called again? I'm not blocking. Okay, I'm not parrying. Therefore, a buckler is completely unnecessary. I right now only want to have a shield that gives me bonus strength. Because if I get bonus strength, I get more damage from the shockwave. Therefore, it's an easy choice to just not play the buckler. And if you don't parry, don't use the buckler. It's not like that a big shield makes you slower, okay? So you're not getting like a movement speed malice for using that or anything.
I will serve.
Paladins have a chance for double sacred water. Oh, that's a terrible starter. 7% increase in max life. That's a good one. Okay, chat. We have 506 life. That's 506 honor. That's pretty good for level 21, I'd say.
Time to spill a bit of blood.
The thrill of the hunt.
Stomping Ground should turn this into just a goddamn joke.
Bleed out.
You know what? I should put supports on the spear throw. We might every now and then use a spear throw now, like for boss fights. So maybe putting supports on that wouldn't hurt. Like martial tempo, maybe, for like throwing faster. We could put lacerate on it, so you have like a source of bleed too. But lacerate probably not, as we don't have a bleed focus yet.
Stand tall.
Yeah, using the support gems. Okay, well, let's vote, chat. I'm ready. What would you put on the standard spear throw? We could do retreat. We don't do melee damage, but we do more projectile damage if we did a melee hit recently. We could do brutality, as we don't actually have any kind of like elemental damage, so that would be just like an easy 25% bonus Physical damage. Guess brutality. And that's 234 up to 261. I don't like that. And then martial tempo. Scattershot. Scattershot is not good in the beginning. Restore honor, silver key, maximum honor, restore honor, sacred water. That is a chalice trial. Tell me your idea for the God Project 2.0. We will do Huntress. We will do Ritualist. We will try out Blood Boil. We might end up simply going for a Lightning Spear in the very end because it is, matter of fact, the most OP thing to do. And the goal of the God Project is obviously always to start at level 0, make your way all the way to level 90, the easiest and most OP way possible without having like any things that stop you, right? Stuff that is pretty much possible for any gamer. It's like the whole idea in the God Project. And I'm not sure if I want to do this all the way with Bleed now because I have some more intriguing ideas about Bleed, right? Or if, see, by the way, for this dude here right now, Rake might be less efficient than just throwing things at it, right? So I could just go kill it with this, or I could do this. Like if I'm scared of actually taking damage. Obviously, Rake does more. 2 seal relics. Let's go. Honk honk. You have to go to sleep, brownies. I'm sorry. I will mend to my ways and try to be for more convenient times online, sir. Great, you have no armor. You know what? I'm going to take this, Chad. I'm totally going to take this. It's on. It's on. Okay? I'll just not get hit. Because we're obviously not going to take enemies have 50% more life. Then I can like just do myself in. Ah, Mom! Oh, I forget we have to go down. Wait, no, we don't have to go down. I guess more loot is more loot. Lost that 100 honor there. That was unnecessary. Totally didn't have to lose it. Can't load the game. Keeps crashing on my hunters and not on my sword. Oh. And usually if one character keeps crashing, you just wait a bit until the instance gets reset and that's fine. Okay, chat. Are we totally going for like, you have no armor? And what could possibly go wrong? Right? 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 It's funny how no energy shield would instantly ruin your run. Because obviously energy shield is so much like it's your defense and it's your honor. So if you don't have energy shield, you also don't have honor anymore. But no armor is just like, well, I will just stop getting hit. Right? I'll just work on not getting hit. Done. Are you? I'm fantastic, Weinstein. I hope you're doing great as well. Thank you for the 87 months of tier 2. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing good. We'll be doing new monk builds. Oh, we'll definitely be diving into monk back in as well. Don't you worry about that. Okay, we could change the trial parameters, and I think that's kind of what we should aim for. Because if I manage to change the trial parameters, that could be removing that no armor. Oh, uncut spirit gem 6. That's nice. We can finally get a useful spirit ability. Anyone knows how the divine updates works? The divine update they mentioned was for belts. So if you have a very good belt, you could slap a divine on to give that belt 2 charm slots, because now belts are more likely to actually have charm slots. If I have everything right. Could try Lich? I wanted to try Lich, and I have not seen a single interesting build. There's a bunch of shadow damage builds out there. And there's not a single interesting one. At least for me. Like, I'm not saying there are no interesting Lich builds, but it just... The Ascendancy is not intriguing enough. Sure, you can do some stuff with Energy Shield and so on, but it's... like, it's really not that interesting of an Ascendancy. I mean, if I look at what you can do with the Infernalist and like, what you can do with the... Come on, brain. Catch up. The one that's not the Infernalist? Where's my brain stuck right now? It just doesn't feel like there's so much worth to experiment around with it. That's at least for me, personally. Maybe I just don't like shadow build, chaos damage builds. The Blood Mage, exactly. We did detonate that with the Blood Mage. And there is some really funny elemental bleed builds you can do as well. Thank you. Wow. I was stuck. Good. Gain Fountain of Youth, but hemorrhage? No. Gain random Mayor Boon. Take physical damage? No, I would take. Nope. Nothing of this is interesting. Now, we could take physical damage on room completion, or we could rewards are unknown on the trial map. This is an escape trial, so I'm actually going to do this one. I'm playing an Elemental Blood Spear Blood Mage right now. Yes, and that works really good. Because what the Blood Mage says is that elemental damage now applies to the magnitude of bleed. I don't know how that calculates correctly, right? But elemental damage is also magnitude of bleeding and makes bleeding... You can make bleed more with bonus elemental damage, I guess. So if you have bonus elemental damage, you get more bleed. And that's actually really cool. As you can also use your actual elemental damage spells like Explosive Spear to bleed. Yeah. It's just good for map clearing. Yeah, but you don't need Lich for that. That's my whole point. Like, Lich doesn't do anything better, necessarily much better, that the Blood Mage or the Infernalist does. So it's like, you know, the Tactician, for example, does things different than the other two. So the Tactician feels good. The Huntress has 2 that really have distinctive 2 different playstyles, right? It doesn't feel it with a Lich to me, at least.
Steel yourself.
I'll turn you to dust.
Beware of the birds.
Okay, I was totally out of that, and I don't accept that this hit me. We did this with no armor, Chan.
Hold on.
I still feel like we shouldn't have done, like, we shouldn't have been allowed to finish this with no armor. Now it just feels like a little bit not okay. Okay, what do we have? Maximum life. Gain water, start of trials. Honor restored. That's 20% honor restored is kind of nice. Honor resistance and maximum honor. Not too crazy, but they're good enough. We could purchase items. That is 10% honor resistance. I'll take it. Then let's transform. Okay, we got a silver key. So we're going to take royal cash. Thank you very much. And we get a ranger cash. We get a body armor cache. We get a shield cache. And we get that. Take the barricade shield. The iron cross. Choose the Ascendancy. And this time we're going to take the Ritualist. Again, you can respec this. So I am not stuck with the Ritualist right now. If I feel like the Javazon might be better, I just go for that. All of this into the relic coffer. Thank you very much. We're going to teleport back to the Duro Caravan. That is level 21 Ascension, ladies and gentlemen. No problem. I mean, with the Rake Stomping Ground, this worked out. Again, this is the passive tree. Strength galore. We do surprisingly have some gems, so we can actually use one of these jewels right now. Right? Did I not have 2 jewels? I got 1 jewel. So this is damage penetrates fire resistance. Does actually work for what we're doing. And increased chance to ignite. Cool. So that's great. Obviously. Super good. Very helpful. Much wow.
Need some browse. I shall put this to use.
What spirit skill do you think if Wind Dancer is not doing it right now? Should we just go for Herald of Blood and just, yeah, you know what? Let's just pick up Herald of Blood for the time being. Like, we'll need it anyways in the long run, so we might as well take it for now. Tier 7 skills. We don't have the level, nor do we have the dexterity to actually do it. Keep that in mind. What's the plan with the Ritualist? Well, so now we have the choice to go for double rings, but we don't actually have good rings, so that would be wasted. What I wanted to try out is how good is actually Blood Boil, because you also get 20% increased physical damage. That's quite nice. I mean, we're like pure 20% increased physical damage, just like that. Shinga binga. Bibbidi bobbidi. So we have Blood Boil, and Blood Boil reads following. Blood Boil says, corrupted blood deals 2% of slain enemies maximum life as physical damage per second. Blood Boil applies to non-unique enemies in your presence every 1.88 seconds. 20% more corrupted blood infliction area of effect per Blood Boil on slain enemy. Inflicts a stack of corrupted blood on targets with the 1 per Blood Boil on slain enemies. Corrupted blood duration is 5 seconds. What support do you play on this? What makes this stronger? I guess like my stuff makes this stronger, so not my weapon stuff, my ring and my like other stuff makes this stronger. Swift Affliction will deal more non-ailment damage over time. You could probably go for persistence so that so I wonder if fast forward makes this apply faster, because it says in your presence every 1.88 seconds. So does fast forward apply this faster, but also reduce the duration? No? I guess at this point you want to have Swift Affliction. I mean, it says non-ailment damage. So non-ailment is not bleed, ignite, freeze, shock, electrocute, or poison. It's that, yeah, Swift Affliction should work, right? And then on top of Swift Affliction, we could obviously take Persistence to work with Affliction. Do I not have like level 1, another level 1 support somewhere? I would have assumed I had. Good, now we could go back to the Lost City, to the Bird Shrine. It's all self-owned, but no hardcore. No, why would I play hardcore? Hardcore does not make my PP go hardcore. So, how does Corrupted Blood work now? So that thing has Corrupted Blood on it, and that does damage to it. So, I pretty much jump into these guys, and everyone gets stacks of Corrupted Blood. And then they just erupt more. I mean, it's again not that you need it, but it's kind of like preparing for the stage where the things fall off, because we're obviously getting to the point where Stomping Ground will fall off at a given point, right? Like it won't be OP always. So right now we're just getting to the situation where if it then falls off, we have other things adding to it. So I still need to understand how Corrupted Blood works. So I walk in and enemies in your presence accumulate blood boils. So they all have blood boils now or not? Then when we kill, oh, look, oh, wow, okay. He's just dying to those blood boils. Oh, that was kind of cool. Okay, so it's like a nuke for the biggest surviving enemy. Wonder how that works. Does blood boils work against bosses, or does it not work against bosses? Wonder. Tier 7 would be Blood Hunt, but we need 52 dex for that, so I need to move some points around. I mean, end of the day, it is free damage right now. Sure, we could take a third ring, but solo self-found, it obviously doesn't make sense because I don't have a third ring. I mean, sure, if this was now not my first character, right, it would absolutely make sense. Oh, that's another Exalted Orb, fuck yeah. So if this was my, like, if this was my first character in this, like, right, I could just juice myself up straight with, like, 3 killer rings and just no bounce, right? Just double your damage. Makes sense. Oh, Tomb, perfect. More drops! You can get 3 rings in the shop. Yeah, you're saying that, but like there would still be 3 shitty rings. I mean, the 3 rings is only good if you actually have good rings. Crazy. I could now get, obviously, a 3rd ring that would give me 20 life and 20 mana plus. Yay! I have a heart on right now. Just thinking about it.
The spirit needs no such shrines.
I need to see how well Blood Boil is working against bosses. If it, like, even works against bosses. I read the description, it still doesn't, you know, my brain hasn't still 100% comprehended the skill. Ooh, that is a cool one here. So you go and you choose either Offering of Lightning or Fire. That's a Ruby Ring or a Lightning Ring. 612 attributes, that's not bad. That's bad. Blood Hunt does not remove corrupted blood. So what you're saying is, if I put corrupted blood on someone and then use Blood Hunt to explode it, then that's a bug. Yeah, Blood Boil doesn't work against bosses. It says non-unique. I see that. Sadly. Which brings to question, what is the intended use for Blood Boils? Because you clearly don't need it for clearing. So Blood Boil would work against bosses that have ads. Could you Blood Boil your own enemy minions that are like surrounding the enemy and then explode like your own minions? You know? It would be too OP. Well, I don't mind. Did I say I mind? It's too OP.
your time.
Strength. Nothing strength related. Not a better spear. I mean, my spear does good damage. And when I'm going to sell that ring.
Sans guide you.
Okay, we get a skill gem 6er, but we don't need a 6er right now, so you can go in. We get a 7er we can't use because we need more dexterity. But in order to get more dex, where can I get dex from? From here, but I don't really not going to do that. There's a lot of dex over there, obviously. So I would have to now transform these two into dexterity nodes, which I really don't like because it's going to cut into my stomping ground damage. But this allows me to get Blood Hunt now. Start with them 1-2 to explode some blood loss.
I was mortal then. I was weak.
Then why did you never... My king nears!
Wait.
Oh, I should have refilled my potion. Oh, well. I maybe should have refilled my potion. So, by the way, to your question, why don't I play hardcore? That's why I don't play hardcore. So, forget to refill my potion.
He holds a new loyalty. My king nears!
I wonder if we're slowly coming to the point where my explosive spears are actually overtaking the damage spree.
Need a moment. Need a moment.
Goodbye.
This is it. Aye. As you wish.
Isn't there a way to apply corrupted blood? With war cries? That mean I would have to play war cries with corrupted blood to get even more out of the blood hunt?
Feel good that.
Sir?
At least I suffered.
Is that it?
Quickly.
Interesting thought. Tell me more.
Who goes there? Browse as I'll unburden you. Goodbye.
Another support. So what do we have? We had the Herald. We had the Disengage, Explosive Spear, Rake, Ratio, Blood Boil. Yeah. And we wanted to... Well, so Blood Boil is only 1.33 seconds. So I wonder, do you, one, fast forward on the Blood Boil? It would reduce the corrupted blood duration, right? But we kill things so fast, wouldn't fast forward be better to apply more? And you get the Blood Hunt. What do we have for the Blood Hunt early on? Well, we could use the Bloodlust, obviously, to boost the damage tremendously. I don't know how corrupted blood works. I mean, we can go for the description in terms of where is corrupted blood. Here you go. Corrupted blood. So, corrupted blood is a debuff that deals physical damage over time, and it can stack up to 10 times. Corrupted blood is not bleeding and is not affected by any stats related to bleeding. And corrupted blood deals 2% damage of slain enemies' maximum life as physical damage per second. That being said, you can do corrupted blood as well with war cries, if I'm not 100% mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. There's a buckler that applies corrupted blood. Cool. It's actually really nice. I mean, if corrupted blood can just get stacked, and as you say, it's like it's not bleeding, but it is a physical damage thingy, and Bloodhunt just interacts with it. There's certainly ways to make use of this. Hardboiled, thank you for the Prime Gaming support. Hardboiled, dankeschön. Welcome as a brand new subscriber. Welcome everyone to our second God project already. This season featuring the Huntress. We're teetering between Huntress and Lich, but I generally couldn't find a single Lich build, anything Lich related that I would enjoy or have fun with. So I decided against it, as much as I really wanted to do it. Kind of like an Acolyte of Shayula scenario. But we still have tons of builds that we wish to try out. Especially the Mercenary Spear Throw build. Which could work. Intriguing part is, if you choose a Mercenary Spear Throw build for maximum bleed, it would actually be between both bleed trees, right in the middle, right? You're very close to the Huntress bleed magnitude, and at the same time close to the bleed magnitude of the warrior. Hee. I like the animation of Blood Boil. Just having that like around the enemy. It looks cool. Okay, sir, could you please drop like that thingy? You know, that thingy chat I'm talking about. Bleed a Warcry is a 4-button APM build. Ooh. I mean, I think there's certainly more things to still do with bleed stuff. I personally prefer my Spearfield Huntress. I still love her. It's like the one character I go back every single time. As much as I have enjoyed my Mercenary, but just playing Spearfield Bleed is very, very relaxing. Just go around, gem and Spearfield, see your rage go up, then you bleed them. I recently added Energy Shield to that. Because obviously you can play a Huntress with like full strength and then just have her have a lot of life. Or you do a hybrid with Energy Shield. Both things work very well. This is hitting both of them, right? Yeah. I mean, obviously it's hitting both of them, chat, right? See, if I now don't want to fight him, I could also just do this. Because my explosive spear does like reasonable damage. And out we go. That was quick. How's this going to work against the Titan? Probably killer as well. Giant Life Flask? Would I get a Giant Life Flask already? The one support gem for Bloodhunt to deal more damage to help against bleeding enemies. We don't want to hobble. It's just no interesting like thing you can actually put early on.
I hear you. Browse as long as you like. I shall put this to use. Blessings.
Destroy that. 16 to 30. Would help to get like a new weapon, I guess. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Exalted number 5. Mr. Takes, good to see you there. How are you doing? Execute maybe? Nah, not the way we're using it.
This valley were carved, and not by man neither.
I have a monk, and the spirit is not adding from armor and amulet. Does anyone know why? Because you're playing the node, lead me to grace? That adds spirit based on how much evasion rating and energy shield your chest piece has. And it prevents any kind of other spirit add from amulet or armor. So you're doing nothing wrong, you just forgot. And that's okay. Okay, he has a lot of corrupting blood now on him. Ah, see, I can spam this as long as he has corrupted blood on him. Okay, I understand. I saw that now. So he has corrupted blood on him, and as long as it's on, I can just spam my blood hunt. Interesting. Kind of stupid, but interesting. What kind of download your filters? I am just using the standard and never sync a filter. I do not have any specifically created filter for what I'm playing, as I am mainly too lazy, and the never sync filters have just worked without a single hiccup so far. I keep finding what I need. Maybe I don't even notice what I'm not finding, who knows? But yeah, I use the semi-strict filter from Filter Blade for the campaign, and later sometimes I swap over to strict. But I gotta admit, I also just stay with the semi-strict one. And it just works. So right now, feedback on corrupted blood. I mean, sure, it's there, but I just, like, it feels like you don't need it during campaign. Anyone else? Like how do you feel about this? Like, so I have the corrupted blood, right? It's doing some bonus bleeding. I would say if I had it or if I didn't have it, it would kind of like come out to the same outcome. It's obviously free DPS with another 20% physical damage that you can get early on. So I wouldn't say no to it. Like pretty much the best node to still take, as the other two is like what? We could get more charm slot. We could get ritual sacrifice, which is not bad. Life recovery per missing unreserved life. What? Huh? Then you could get like the ring slot, but again, the ring slot I feel is only good if you get like the bonus boost too. So I'll probably wait, like I'll probably use currently Blood Boil to the point that we get the second Ascension. And then with the second Ascension, you get the ring and the 25% plus. Right? This seems to me the most reasonable choice I can do right now. Okay, with all these multipliers up, Explosive Spear is actually sitting at a decent amount of damage. If I wanted to do the Explosive Spear rate gameplay, I could. You don't have to, because rake is still better. Blood Boil is crazy for mapping. See, like, we'll see later if that is how it feels. Oh, I didn't find the waypoint because I missed the waypoint up there. I was greedy. I missed the waypoint. I am sorry. Tell me, ladies and gentlemen, what do you take from this? I'm using energy shield, not during the campaign, Funky. During the campaign, I take the pieces that roll in my lap, pretty much, and I'm boosting maximum strength in the campaign. Usually do bonus like here recovery because I don't use charm charges, but I guess charm charges gained might actually be better in the long run. So in the campaign, like I boost strength to the max as you need it for the stomping ground to be good.
This were forbidden, but what's one more taboo broken?
Need more strength. We're not one-hitting everything anymore. Interesting, though, I can kill that guy, run away, and as I'm moving away, if it, like, he gets killed by the corrupted blood, right? Are the numbers for magic charms enough to matter? Well, you now have more charms than ever, so I can finally, like... I have played a little bit of endgame to see how good belts are, and I instantly found a belt that would replace my current one, and it now has more charm charges, so or more charm slots, so I can finally use more. Like I can finally use 2 charms. I've never bothered about that. Not that I really bother about charms. I mean, it's like free anti-freeze charm, and then with like chaos damage charm, I guess. You have a spirit gem that consumes more spirit when you upgrade it. That should not happen, sir. Are you sure you're just upgrading the spirit gem, or are you putting, like, I don't know, some bonus support on it? Because upgrading the level of a spirit gem should not increase their spirit requirements. Should not. You have a 65 to 85 Katava guide. My Smith of Katava is 85 tech. With the guide I put out. We actually went for funny Solar Orb Fire Spell on hit shenanigan on the Smith of Katava. But that's more fun than this should 100% work. So what we did with the Smith of Katava is we choose Fire Spell on hit. And we're actually triggering it. To get Solar Orb. And that Solar Orb has Fund of Rage going on. Don't ask me how it works. It does work. See, like my spear throw would slightly still do less damage. Not by much, but we're like it's still slightly less. Oh god, I almost killed myself. But that was simple. Is blasphemy with enfeeble a good defensive layer? It doesn't hurt. Would I call it good? I mean, it works. It'll do the trick. Well, that's 10 strength and physical damage, Chad. Yeah, we need to keep that one.
As you wish.
We're looking for. Nothing strength-wise. Sadness. Level 2 to projectile skills. We're not really using projectile skills. We're melee skilling into our opponent. It's actually a plenty weak spear in comparison. If I think like, so this is solo cell phone, right? And if this would be my spear right now, we'd be fucked, chat. If this is the spear that I need to end this level with, like we're done for. It's Joe Ever. Okay? This is terrible. We play Last Epoch in the upcoming days. I don't necessarily feel like it. I might make one playthrough to just test if my zombie build still works. I'm not the biggest Last Epoch fan. I do like the game. I don't love the game, right? So before I play Last Epoch, I would probably be interested in the new RuneScape. Have you seen RuneScape, Chad? There's that RuneScape Wild Watch. Looks fairly interesting. I mean, since I never played RuneScape, it might be intriguing to play their new game. Wait, just I don't dislike Last Epoch, my friend. I just don't not love it. Right? I would play it, but I wouldn't be like, yay, I'm playing the game of the century, right? It's like, yay, okay, yay. Where would we put skills now? So would I keep boosting my strength now, or would I mean, technically it would be best to just move to this node and just get like my strength up. We could obviously just take Maiming Strike, as Maiming Strike would be insane. Just move ourselves way over to get like the bleed nodes here to get the magnitude of bleed and just boost the strength. Elder Scrolls has a remaster, I heard. Too many games to play, too little time. Well, for me, it's always a simple decision if I am planning to make video content about it or not. As simple as it sounds. If I'm not planning to make video content, then I usually can't play the game. As my videos are what pays the bills, what keeps the stream running, right? No YouTube videos, no stream. Simple as it is. Boom! That thing puked at me and almost killed me. Oh, he has additional projectiles. Great. Yeah, you certainly feel like the stomping grounds slowly falling off because we gotta like do way more stomping grounds now to kill something. You're going to give Last Epoch a fair start. Oh, Last Epoch is not a bad game. It has the best crafting system out there of all the crafting systems. And there's gonna be something said about Last Epoch. The defenses make sense. I mean, if you boost your defenses in Last Epoch, you are becoming more defensive. Right? You boost your physical resistance up, and you will actually become more tanky. So, I mean, like, it's sad that that is something I have to say, but yeah, like, you know, the actual resistances and defenses are defensying. As they should. Temple Mall, you know how good a Temple Mall would be. And we're getting slowly to the point where the explosive spears are actually good. Jin Berea? That's so weird. Getting one right here. Yeah, you can do shit damage in Last Epoch, but you can at least become tanky. And it sounds stupid, but like, if defenses make sense in a game, I'm happy about that. I mean, this is something I do like about Diablo 4. Like, you hit your armor golds, you hit your maximum life, and then you're usually good. Obviously, you like your armor golds, your resistances, and then you're defensy. Like, I'm sorry for being excited when defenses are actually working, I guess. Players often forget that it's okay to play multiple games, and saying POE is going to die. I mean, anyone saying POE is dying because of Last Epoch, like, it must be their first rodeo. You know, like, this is literally like anyone that plays ARPGs and understands how seasonal ARPG content works. It's kind of like, oh, this is your first rodeo, huh? You'll get used to it. I mean, anyone's seen like the player numbers of a game drop because there's just like waiting for new content. Probably the same players that saw Baldur's Gate 3, a single player game, after month of being out, drop player numbers and saying Baldur's Gate 3 is dying. You know? my favorite my favorite crowd is the people saying this single player game is dying. And you're like, okay.
I hear browse as
Okay.
much as you wish.
I guess. Poor single player game. Must be hard for you dying there.
You are battle ready.
Oh, you're not even remotely better. Really hate to see you dying. 9 strength? Oh, we're totally buying that.
Goodbye.
People just love to be delusional. Yes. What I never understood, what I personally never understand is the level of investment that people have. Okay. Because like you might like you either bought Path of Exile 2 or you didn't, right? And Path of Exile 2 is being developed and being improved, right? And you choose to play it or you don't play it. But the level of passion that people have for games being alive or dead, that have absolutely no outcome to their actual game fun, the actual life, what's happening to them, right? How they're daily going on with their business, but still the absolute vitriol, hatred, negativity, positivity some people have to games being alive or dead is like, okay. You know, if that's your only issue in life, if a game is dead or alive, you actually have a very good life, chat. Okay? This is your only worry. If PUBG is dying, if Baldur's Gate 3 is woke or not, if that's your only worry in life, you must have a good life. Certainly. Or you're trying to distract yourself from something. A game being alive kind of matters for trade, though. Absolutely. But even if a game only has 100 players, there'll still be some trade. There's less trade. I wonder what notes I want to go for. We're currently just going for the simple, I would like to boost my Stomping Ground further. I would just go and pick up more strength notes. In that other direction. Layout of this one is confusing me. I hope Last Epoch and D4 just keep getting better and better. Absolutely. I don't actually need a new ARPG. That being said, okay, so chat, I don't need a new ARPG. I just want that the current ARPGs in my life improve. Yes, I'm fully with you. But, so that's a big but, like, wow, BBL. I am very excited to play No Rest for the Wicked again, because No Rest for the Wicked is getting a humongous update. That is supposedly so game-changing that you should delete all your old characters, and they're actually being put on legacy servers to start a new playthrough. That's a word. Not only that, ladies and gentlemen, have you seen that Lords of the Fallen, the game I hate, because Lords of the Fallen is a clunky fucking mess. Sorry. Very passionate about that one, because I actually love Lords of the Fallen, but I was so disappointed. That one is getting an 2.0 update. That's also supposedly heavily revamping some stuff in the game. Gamers are eating good. Especially since that O2 update for Lords of the Fallen is going to be for free. I am intrigued. Have you ever like played through this part like so easy with a stomping ground? Right now it's just like he said so easy, almost gets killed by that one thing. Another temple maul. Could you stop giving me temple mauls and give me like reasonable weapons like temple spears? Or however they're called at this game point. We're highly spoiled in gaming, but a lot of don't realize it. The people that mostly don't realize it are people that played too many online games. Or that only play one style of games or something. And I was like, I only play ARPGs. Man, there's no single good game to play. I only play Call of Duty. Last 10 years, the gaming industry has been stale. You know this image of someone riding a bicycle and then putting like a rod into his own wheel, crashing and being like, oh no, the gaming industry is horrible. They did this to me. I was like, that kind of self-inflicted misery. Sounds like a World of Warcraft player. Yeah, World of Warcraft player is like, damn, there hasn't been a single good game in the past decade. Boots up World of Warcraft. 600 days played. Sorry, 6,000 days played. I'm looking forward to the V Rising update. V Rising has been one of these games that's just a simple gift that keeps giving. I genuinely enjoyed V Rising when it got released first, and it's just pretty much just getting better. V Rising, vampire survival game with base building and stuff, chat. Very cool. Boss fighting and hunting. Kind of nice. We've even had a community server in V Rising for a while. Okay, more strength. Let's keep boosting that. Draxo, I'm happy you're enjoying the stream, but please do not talk down on other creators. I don't really have much, like, you know. There's no hate and vitriol needed towards others. Thank you for enjoying the stream. Boom.
I need a moment to prepare.
Wonder when we're going to feel the rake fall off. Any predictions, chat? Right now? When it's going to hit the wall where you're like, damn. We no likey anymore. Does your base still disintegrate if you're not playing V Rising? I don't remember. It's been a hot minute, my friend. Many hot minutes, to be honest. Many hot minutes. That's here. Now maybe we should start taking care of our defenses, because we exactly have 0 defenses. Lessons learned, don't take Windrunner, because Windrunner does nothing for us. Thank you very much. At Jamonra? I mean, at Jamonra, we'll definitely feel it because our spear's shit. I mean, like seriously, our spear is like trash. Absolute S tier trash. I don't even know how we're like without the stomping ground, like we would do barely any damage. It's not completely true. I mean, like if I just look at what my explosive spear could do for me, right? It would still like clear, but not as efficient as, right? I would have to like do the spear and then still rake in and do stuff like that. Okay, we get our new gloves. Could go for a tier 7 skill if we had 60. Actually, we can't even use our Bloodhound anymore because we don't have enough dexterity. We need 52. If I now put these gloves on, I will actually lose my 5 dexterity, so I couldn't even use this anymore.
What have you learned?
Not wrong with a new approach.
It's hard out here. That's intelligence. Why intelligence?
I hear browse as long as
Colossal mana flask. Let's keep that. Okay, do we have anything strength related? Nothing? Wow, not a single item. Come on, be better. That one is not better, Chan. That is not better. I need a level up. I need better rings. I need everything. Everything that's not what I have. It's cool, though, that I guess Stomping Ground is an option for solo cell-phone players to not have their progression cucked. I guess that's the way how to look at it right now. Since if I didn't play Stomping Ground, my progression would suck. Right? And that's the Stomping Ground damage, and that's like my Explosive Spear damage. Like, my Explosive Spear damage ain't horrible, but also nothing to really talk about.
Need a moment.
Never had an easier Torgul fight.
More time.
He said and almost died. Hey, so never had an easier Torgul fight, Dead.
Need more time.
Good. Easy life. Did Pony get his lightning resistance? Yes, I'm actually sitting at 48% right now because I have a ring with lightning resistance and lightning resistance. That's pretty damn good.
no need as you wish.
Quite resistanced out at the given point, but I goddamn need a new spear. And I really don't want to gamble money on it because, that would be bad.
As we... Right then. To war.
From the ladies? Yes, from the ladies, we got it. Hardboiled, by the way, thank you for the Prime subscription. Hardboiled, appreciate it. Welcome to the Knights of the Round Stable. Are you going to do a Lich? No, we're doing Ritualist right now. Currently, we're using the Corrupted Blood Life Force Blood Boil Shebang Bang. And that's working somewhat good to boost us. We're playing that together with a Stomping Ground Rake, as Stomping Ground Rake is just the OP thing to go for.
Nasty little thing.
And I mean, we're in for 3 hours now, and we're sitting at the end of Act 2. With probably the easiest playthrough you've had, considering that this is also solo self-found, so everything was empty, we didn't have any money, right? We have to really repeat every single step of the process. And yet our progress is the same as we would have on our like main character if we had all the money. I mean, the only thing we gotta start doing different is like slowly disenchanting rare items. Another temple mall. Could I just start dropping white spears to transform them? Because I'm not even dropping white spears right now. The game is like telling me, Pony, you should stop playing. Huntress, and it's time to go for Warrior. have with the Tactician, the Tactician is level 85, sir, and it could now kill the Arbiter if I want to. That's pretty much what happened. So it's actually insane. I just don't play the end game, right? I get my characters to 85, I get them ready to kill the Arbiter, and then I'm done.
Hold on.
Like, I'm hoping to get, like, a white spear that I can then turn the white spear into a magic item, but no white spears for me. Did it just teleport back without teleporting back? Boom. Is there a fix for the break character issue in Act 2? I don't know what you're talking about. And I am not trying to intentionally be difficult. I just genuinely don't know what you're talking about.
Wish.
I want better items. Okay, 17 to 32. Almost like more damage than mine without having anything. That also has nothing. That has nothing as well. Do we have to buy this for 1,000 now just to magic this up to maybe get something? We probably have to. I refuse. We'll just take another level up to 28 and hope that the level up to 28 is going to do the trick. Titan is awesome right now with Stampede clears. It sounds good. Did the crazy idea of leveling Warrior with Spear? Oh, you can easily do this. You just do the Stomping Ground too. I mean, like, so if you level Warrior with Stomping Ground and Spear, what you can do is you go up here and you just pick up this node. So if every 5 strength are tons of damage for Warrior, for Stomping Ground, right? You get 25, 8, 8, and 8. Like, you get 65 strength bonus, and 65 strength bonus in the beginning, times what Stomping Ground does is just insane. You're going to end up, like, having, I don't know, 1,000 HP, level 20. And the only thing you need to use for that, then, is also, like, just the Rake. Good, level up. Got it. Actually, I don't know if it would have been better if I just go at the bottom here, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so I can pick up the dexterity nodes. You know what? That would actually be better. I hate deallocating this because the money is like just losing 2,000 money like that is terrible. But I feel like if I go for the strength here, then I can like just pick up this node to make up for all my dexterity needs to instantly be able to do things. Might be worth it. Let's just start disenchanting. Thank you that you remind me, Chad. I need to get some regolds. Five strength, 8 strength.
It is yours.
I mean, it's better than anything I have right now. Come on, don't disappoint me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. That is an improvement by summon a bit. Also break it down and then use this to... Not tons, but somewhat better. If I could make it rare, I would, but I don't think I have a single Regal Orb, so we can't make it rare. Can't use level 8 skills because we're lacking the dex, but that we can fix. We have 100 strength now. Let's continue. get bullied. But it would still be nice if you drop like any kind of spears. Sometimes it just simply feels like that spear drops are bugged, but that can't be because I was playing my mercenary and I was only dropping spears. Right, Chad? And I was pretty much playing my merc and it was like spear, 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 spear. Futska, thank you for the 83 centuries of subber dubbers. Futska, good to see you there. Hope you're doing very good. Hope everyone is doing well. Spirit is bugged. Nothing works for you, patch update. You're the second one saying something about Spirit being weird for him. I've yet to have any issues, so not sure what you're running into where. Wonder if we want to weasel out another level. I mean, it's going so well right now, right? Due to the stomping ground rake combo. Like maybe I should stay. And just try to weasel out another level. We had 800 damage with the explosive spear. That's kind of nice. I like it. We can't use the blood hunt because we don't have enough dex. Which means I need to teleport back to at least get a little bit more dex.
How can I advise?
Back to basics.
And I'm almost out of money again. Great. Been absolutely hatred recently for the money it costs to respec because it's just making my life having fun harder. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to mingle and jingle, to tingle and tangle, to bingo and bongo?
Wait, do you even know what he is? No matter. You'll find my king far more capable than Count
Die,
Theodore.
die, 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 die.
Put an end to this.
We have 48 lightning resistance, chat, because of picking up a lightning ring.
Bow before your king.
Oops. Are we missing a blood mark, by the way? No, blood mark is tier 9, right? Yeah. I sacrificed a divine for buying exalts for buying regals. Yeah, sure. I did that at the beginning of, like, with my first divine 2. I think I get like a couple hundred regals, and since then I've never had the need to ever look at regals again. So like you just every now and then do the back jump to dodge him doing damage. You be careful. It would be great if we get the blood boil from it. It would have been very useful. Stagger. This is not the dream fight here right now, but we're like, it's working. I'm gonna try dual spear bleed a warrior. What is a dual spear bleed warrior?
Time for this. Stand, bend to my will. Impede my enemies.
Hold on.
Our gift to you. The era of the Faradun is now. Blood.
Could that thing just go away? I totally dodged that. I'm gonna say it. Oh shit. Oh wow. I fully agree. This is finally the time where you're feeling like the lack of, where you feel like that the oh shit, I did not pay attention. That's bad. Now I gotta play like you're super woozy. Uh-oh. Yeah. Brought myself in a shitty situation. You know what we gonna try out though? We're gonna try out Lacerate. If you put on Lacerate instead of Martial Tempo on this one, because I feel like you can actually get a higher bleed out of this with a spear throw. Like having that 50% bleed is quite useful to just apply a bleed in between, you know? The reason why you don't use Stormlance with the Explosive Spear, because we're focusing mainly on the Rake, because the Rake right now does the most damage. So this is Rake Stomping Ground combination, in case you wonder. As Rake Stomping Ground just leads to very, very nice damage values. Once in a while avoided that. Yeah, see that bleeding spear helped tons, Chan. Could be surprised, but it did like really good. Not using the spear jabs, it appears at spears that you can explode. You're talking about the triple stab forward, and the triple stab forward is not bad per se. So yes, you could totally use that. Oh, family, bear back. So what are you talking about is the Rapid Assault, and the Rapid Assault actually get buffed. Might even be worth it. Didn't actually check it out after the buff. It was something you should use. Having that like throwy spear to bleed is very useful. There's obviously still the most damage here, but being able to do things on distance is very helpful. You see me evade that shot? What a gamer. What a gamer. So this is the first fight where the Stomping Ground falls off. Interesting. Wonder if the explosive spears does more damage or the normal spear throws. I mean, right now I would say normal spear throws doing more damage. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly. Yeah, they're doing even like a nice little amount of bleed. Great. I'm in the corner, Chan. I'm in the corner, trying to avoid Shin, and he's just bullying you. What's your plan with the Ritualist for the current build? I mean, right now, I guess versus Jamanra, you could have respec'd and actually gotten for the 3rd ring slot. Our plan is right now, seeing how far we can take Blood Boil to make it useful. How far can we level with Stomping Ground until it falls off? So these things, like having a very relaxed, easy level experience. Now we'll see what we do afterwards. That's a lot of evasion rating, but it doesn't have any strength. I don't want that. Has 16 strength. I want it. Yes. Beautiful, Chan. Beautiful. Well, we obviously have to stop doing that very soon, but I wonder how much longer we can still keep doing it. Despite, yeah. The game telling you this is going to fall off soon. Stop doing it. I want there to be a good Chronomancer built one day. Well, there used to be one, a Recoup Chronomancer. But for some reason, they nerfed the Ascendancy in regards of Recoup. And now the Recoup Chronomancer is actually weaker than it has ever been.
You're right.
Rui, Rig is a great gap color, but Jap get more output emote. That is wrong, at least in this case currently, because of Stomping Ground. Now we could, for this fight, obviously have chosen to try Rapid Assault and just see how much more damage you would deal. The problem is, it wouldn't make sense with the current board we're having. Because the current board we're having is not built for maximum damage. It's just built for maximum Stomping Ground.
We move swiftly. Yeah, and
The beast has grown too powerful.
This is why I think Stomping Ground doesn't need a nerf. It falls off.
I will tell your tale.
You're correct about that. But it does trivialize Act 1 and 2, kinda. I mean, even here, it's still very useful. Let's see that we find the boss man. I need to also find the hanged man here, because the hanged man would be another ring. And that would be great. Correct me if I'm wrong. You all stink. The spear throw is doing like damage for days. Use it all the way to the end game. I mean, you can definitely keep using the Stomping Ground as a clearing tool. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, especially together with the Herald of Blood and... So with the Herald of Blood and the... Blood Boils together, it's quite nicely causing commotion. Ah, we found it, Chad. The Hanging Tree. Sapphire Ring. I mean, to have or not to have, right? 6% to all elemental resistances. It's kind of nice. Boosting up further. Hello, Asmarian Wisp. I haven't seen you in a while. I thought you're not in the game anymore at this point.
Need a moment.
Stop healing the people around you, nerd. That's another. Where are you taking us, little friend? Oh no, please don't go to those two elites that give us the jeweler's orb. Maybe if one of these two elites gets actually boosted, that's not something you kind of want to have happening, right? Oh no! Oh no! Don't do it, Jimothy! That is quite upsetting.
It's getting stronger.
Need more time. Finish it. Please to try.
Because the only advantage is that we're having Delwing come with us.
Blood, sweat, and steel.
Right? I mean, he was fighting for us. Good.
What a good hunt.
Good. Herbs and Amulet should do the trick. We need to get level 33 for those gloves. Did they fix the bug where the wisps don't spawn? I've never really had any bugs regarding the wisps. They just don't seem to be worth it at all. Why the shield instead of a focus? What would a focus do?
Pragmatism's all well.
I mean, the shield gives me strength right now and makes me more tanky, so it actually does work. Where a focus would absolutely do nothing for me. That is a lot of armor. Not what we need right now. That is a lot of maximum life. That'd be great. Hoping to get like new movement speed boots soon. TM. Maximum life and 2 to all attributes. Well, I mean, 2 to all attributes also means strength. Which skill are we going to boost, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, since we're raking around, we could obviously boost rake.
She's sharp.
We're slowly moving here so I can take the bonus dexterity. It was the plan the whole time. Which one do we want to have leveled up? Using a strength build. So far, we're using a strength build. But that will change at a given time. Technically, I should go for the explosive spear. Practically, I guess it's going to be Rake. Rake could get... I mean, Rake could get Rage, I guess, for the time being. If I'm in a boss fight, like, I'm raking maximum, so yay. Sad spears. You know what? I need to actually buy this spear to turn it into a magic item to maybe get a good outcome. And I hate it. But I can still keep it to actually turn that into something useful down the line. Rage scales corrupted blood too, but it shouldn't.
This here jungle runs with
I see no reason why it should do that. Is this solo self found? Yes, this is Dawn of the Hunt, solo self found, 0 gold, 0 everything. We did a complete fresh wipe, new start, because that's what we do with the God Project every season. To go from 0 to absolute maximum hero while using everything we have learned to give us a smooth progression. Usually do that a few weeks into the new launch, because until that point, a few OP strategies have been known, right? Like abusing the stomping ground here for easy clears. I mean, we are, again, 3 hours and 31 minutes in, chat. That's it. That's the time we're in. And we're looking at finishing, I don't know, Act 3 in, what, an hour now? You know, they said they streamlined this area too, but I just don't know what they streamlined it into. So I absolutely have no clue where to go for easier playthrough of this area. We all love hanging out where chaos damage just kills us. Woo! Hey chat, I got the like, isn't that the spear that you need for every single lightning spear build? There's a spear that has like your forks crit or whatever it was called. Right? Tangle tongue, yeah. Isn't that the spear you want? Also, to the topic, why shield? Shield just makes you more tanky too. Very useful. I mean, much tanky, much wow. More tanky, more cool. It makes crits fork, and it doesn't make forks crit. The other way around. Yeah. Elder, thank you for your 57-month of support. Red2 also, thank you for your subscriptions. You got my first deployment. Well, I wish you good luck, Red2. And hope we see you back in 6 months, sir. Take care. I have enough in me pack already. You little shit. Know who you're talking to? Okay, so that one is actually better than what I have. That's actually sad. It's a different one, Chad. This is, no, it is Tangle Tongue. Fork's critical hit. It has intelligence. It just has, like, more damage. And it has a good critical hit, 16.5. It could have been 20. Yeah, that's good. I mean, this obviously allows me to do the lightning spear build if I then so wish to. Which I'm not really intrigued in. Hello, I'm looking for a priestess. Has anyone seen her? Save that. Oh, don't worry. I won't delete it. Chan. Don't worry. I won't delete it. But I also don't want to rely on uniques for builds. It's never fun to do that. Support gem level 2, you say? Well, that's going to make things interesting now. Okay, with this point up, we can now choose the dexterity. So we can now easier use dexterity-related upgrades and skills. Because before we couldn't do that. It's a bit weird how we are approaching our skill tree as we're not trying to max out damage, since maxing out damage wouldn't really do anything for us. where we profit more from just maxing out our strength.
A worthy foe.
Also life bar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there is a priestess somewhere here. And I think her room is probably in the middle right now. Recently always found it in the middle. It's not in the middle. Or I just missed it. So from this point on, I have absolutely no more clue where it could be. Because usually I would have expected it here to be in the middle. And it could be there, but unlikely. So could it be on the outside? The bleed build is way better for bossing. Yes, bleed build is fantastic for bossing. I mean, once you have like the right things together, you're just cooking, sir. One button builds are boring after a while. Fully agree. You heard Mayor creators saying that everyone wants one button builds. Like, it's actually really sad with the POE community. But yes, there's a predominant one for one button builds. Not everyone wants them, but they're like, I mean, I have just often heard the sentiment when I present a build anywhere. It's like, wow, that's a lot of buttons you're using. Kind of shit. And you're like, okay, your face is kind of shit. You heard me. Hey chat, look at that damage. It's pretty nice.
Stay wary.
No, but seriously, it's often this one button build or bust. I must be able to just do things like without putting any effort in. Like if I have to like press 2-button combo, I will agree that a 3 or 4-button build just doesn't feel nice, because if you have to press if you have to press 4 buttons to make something work, it gets tiring after a while. I can see that, you know. But complaining about like a 2 or 3 combo is weird to me. It always depends for me on how meticulously do you have to plan out the skills in their usage. For example, with my grenade build, right, I use 6 skills with my grenade build. The thing is, though, I put down totems and then I do, right? I don't do a specific sequence for my grenades. I just ruffle stomp the buttons. Put totems down and then QWE, 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 QWE. Right, it's not like they look for a particular specific way to do it or like a certain rotation. Nah, I just press buttons. Good.
Sorry, big fella. That were a fight for the ages. Shake up the dust and let's fight. I know the hunt. I know
That was
the
easy. So right now I would have the 25 proficiency. So at this point I could now start boosting my actual damage. Right? So the time has come that I could start boosting my damage, I guess. Because we've been mainly focusing on just boosting strength.
Oh, be careful. There's eyes about.
We need level 32. No, actually, this can be already with 31. Wait, since when can you do skills with 31 already? Do we do Bloodhound's Mark, chat, or would you do Tame Beast? Tamely Bloodhound's Mark is a bit of a no-brainer there to do. So we can break armor, too, with a Bloodhound's Mark. So the Bloodhound's Mark, you can do... You can do Armor Explosion. Bloodhound's Mark. Alright. Do Armor Explosion. And you could do... Well, Mark is an extreme amount of stun. Yes. Where's my level 1 supports? Do I even have level 1 supports? I don't have any more level 1 supports. No! I mean, seriously. I need to find another one. Single out. You can either go for single out for the armor breaking, or you could go for when you heavy stun, you break armor. Single out being better though, because you can use it more often against bosses. Merc for the win. Merc is just brilliant. Especially Ballista Merc has been pure joy. Ooh, let's do this quickly. The first Soul Self-Found character. No, all my characters are played Soul Self-Found. Just that my other characters were played on the Standard Realm. Still Soul Self-Found. To be able to facilitate a bit more builds and try out more things for you guys. Now we're doing the full Solo Self-Found journey. To try out the Ritualist, as we want to see how well is Blood Boil holding up. How well is everything that we have learned helping? Good. Tame Beast? Nah, we don't have the spirit to Tame Beast right now. Oh, can I just walk all the way here through this? Okay, cool. Don't even know if we have the gems to do Tame Beast. You know? That's the bigger question, my friend. I don't even know if we have the gems to get Tame Beast. I got one. Not what we're looking for. We need more support gems. I mean, we certainly do feel a lack of support gems every now and then. It's somewhat intentional though, because like they don't want you to try out every skill. You should feel the shortage. I'm not sure how smart that is. How necessary that is. She didn't know where to go there.
Need a moment. Need more time.
I mean, it's funny because she like actually jumps around, right? But like, do you really care about her jumping around when you have the power to jump around herself? It was simple.
Now that's
So we're gonna get the more melee damage because that's what we deal.
about spirit watch over us. A more disgusting sight.
That was simple, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so chat is saying, Pony, you need to get Tame Beast or we're gonna throw a temper tantrum. There you go, chat. You get your temper tantrum. I hope you're happy. Baron Bleed again. It's just that right now this is the more convenient leveling, I feel. Now, I'm not saying it is the best way to level. I'm just saying it's right now the more convenient level.
That's reward enough.
King. Fire resistance, lightning resistance. You know what? I should probably keep these boots for the time being. No, no, and no. Actually, we should keep this one and just upgrade it, even though we don't really have the funds to do that. That's cold damage. Cold damage can eat my ass. Oh my goodness, I'm clicking on runes up there. Okay, we got the Tame Beast, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're happy. Nice and compy. I gotta say the Stomping Ground is just working fantastic. If you then do the Stomping Ground, keep in mind, again, for the people that just joined, we're using the Stomping Ground gem, and that's our main damage. And in order to facilitate the Stomping Ground gem, we have been taking strength nodes everywhere, okay? Literally everywhere to get to 100 strength. Every item piece that has strength we have taken. We've actually not taken damage that would actively boost our damage, which seems a bit weird, but I mean, if it works, right? Now, though, we're slowly rotating into also taking damage for the Rake to make the Rake do more damage. Not sure if we should take the Rapid Assault for the sake of the campaign right now. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, this is Jeremiah and Dave chat. Jeremiah and Dave are the dudes we need to now get a good one from, right? Okay, that's Magma Barrier. Conjures Flame Walls. Nope. That is extra physical damage aura. All damage chills. The extra physical damage aura is not bad. Like, just makes you stronger. Sigil of Power is on a weapon. Hasted. Wait, Hasted is not haste aura, right? So that doesn't work. Sigil of Power is a skill on a staff that you can put on the ground to do more damage. All damage shocks. That wouldn't have been bad. That he is enrage, crit resistance, armor breaker. That armor breaker wouldn't be terrible, but I tried it out. It's not that much. Always poisons, flame wall, damage taken from minions first, trails of ice. Trails of ice is good. You're going for that? I'm at least trying to get a decent beast, right? If I'm already going to use Tame Beast, we might as well try to get something good. That is Energy Shield Aura. That's actually bad. Shroud Walker, extra crits is not terrible, but not good. Volatile plants. You know what? Let's take here volatile plants.
Watch your step.
If I don't die trying to get him. Okay, I have him locked down, chat. Good. Got it. Ja? Wie bitte? Ja?
Still breathing. What's mine is yours. Mind yourself.
The volatile plants are poo-poo. Well, I didn't know that. I was hoping they're good. Oh, that's 100 energy shield boots for that level is insane. Wow. Those boots are pretty good. Like, seriously. I want to see the volatile plants against a boss. How they feel there.
Good timing. Spirit.
Conjure Lightning Storm. See, like, this is technically the one you want, right?
That was almost a challenge.
So it would just increase my damage. Hey, Zara's OP. Well, I wasn't like going to stand around there now for 20 minutes until I finally get the one with the haste aura, chat. I'll be honest with you. Like, at some point, you just don't want any more. Okay, 3 hours. What do we have played here?
Excellent. More wildlife. What wants to kill me?
3 hours, 48 minutes so far for this progress, chat. Pretty good for a brand new char.
Just look. Bleed out.
Now, the only problem with the volatile plants is probably as we're going through the level that, like, they're not really efficient right here for anything because I'm too fast, too furious for them to work. How's the patch? It didn't seem to break something. I mean, so far, I guess. I mean, some people have reported problems with spirit skills, but overall, nothing majorly seems broken, so that's good. No, imagine having a patch that does not, in fact, break the game. Thumbs up.
Need a moment. No mana. A clean kill.
All damage ignites. Not bad. Patch broke the Atlas for some people. Saved, I guess. Are we there yet? No, wait, what the fuck? I was supposed to be at the Temple of Chaos. Yeah, this is definitely where I start feeling the stomping ground heart fall off. Slow and steady.
The mana's gone.
I mean, I said heart fall off, right? And then I just, like, feeling just damage for days. I guess I gotta find like a new definition for a hard fall off. We still need that support gem for armor breaking. Well, I mean, it's not like this is actually hard, right? It's just taking longer than expected. I guess a new spear would make a difference. I pretty much have a spear waiting for me that does twice the damage of the current one. That will play a role. Oh no! Why are you torching Dave? What has Dave ever done to you? Good. It's bad though because I was looking for the Temple of Chaos and I couldn't find the temple. Yeah! My children didn't finish their food. What a shame. Now I will have to eat their mini pizzas. What a shame. Also, if you're not eating a mini pizza with one bite, are you even a grown-up? Ryan? Still rocking Bleed? Yes, we're currently still rocking. So again, brand new project, guys. This is the Ritualist right now. We started the playthrough focusing only on Stomping Ground. And right now we're kind of testing how far can I carry Stomping Ground until it feels bad and we have to replace it. What pizza are you eating? This is salami pizza. The thing is, it doesn't look like anything because it's kind of like just one mast.
Anything catch your eye. Keep your eyes sharp.
Let's see if we get something new here. Something strength related, chat. Not even a shield strength related. I feel like we're getting robbed here. Wow, nothing. Attack speed, act rating, bunch of sadness. Okay, I'm gonna use the socket. Can we put 2 sockets in there? No, 1 socket. And we're gonna use the iron. It's kind of good. We get our gloves. Don't forget, gloves with more strength. And we get our new boots that didn't have movement speed on them. They had like so much. You know what? I'm going to use my 2 exalteds. Boom, look at that. That was actually really worth it. These boots are quite kind of insane now. There was a good one. I mean, it was greedy. I'm not going to lie. But turned out useful. End of the day. We wanted to go for melee damage. Yep. Boost our thanks. Do you get more strength or dex? I can tell you that in a second. Once I'm done stuffing my fat face. Right now, we're focusing on the damage of Stomping Ground. Stomping Ground is this gem. It says whenever you take a step, you trigger a shockwave. You see this shockwave that goes out of my skill? That shockwave? Yes. So this shockwave is from the Stomping Ground. And the important part here is that this set shockwave does damage scaling with your strength. So I have 100 strength right now. That is times 1.5. And that is the bonus damage we're getting. Very much worth it. Pretty amazing. We have focused so far on more strength than dexterity, but we also push to this node to get the 25 dex, because that 25 dex just helps. Goal is right now to really take our Stomping Ground as far as we can, as Rake still does significant damage, and we do 273 Rake damage, right? And Rake does also a nice bleed. Not a crazy bleed because we have nothing invested into bleed right now, so no bleed magnitude, no nothing, no incision, no whatever. Just like standard bleed that it actually does, and it's good enough. Like together with the Stomping Ground, as you can see, we're just taking things apart. It has aided in Act 1 and 2 absolutely to destroy every single boss without a downside, but it is now slowly falling off more and more. We're also using the Ascendancy, Ritualist, Blood Boils to give us more damage. That being said, that more damage doesn't work against bosses, obviously. But if I spam the Rake, look at the damage. It's working. If I had 3 good rings, I would instantly go for the bonus ring stuff. But I just don't think it does do good right now. As merry spirits can enter rogue exiles. They can? Intriguing. Oh, level 2 support gem, finally! We've been waiting for this. So important, because we wanted that level 2 support gem to... So right now we're playing Armor Explosion. Supported skills trigger an explosion when they fully break enemies' armor. Now we could also play Single Out. Enemies marked by supported skill have armor broken equal to 10% of physical damage taken, and we do physical damage. So, that should technically lead to me breaking armor. And then triggering an explosion, right? How much damage that ever is going to be. And if that's even worth it. But I kind of felt like this could be cute. Might delete later kind of scenario. Have you stopped playing Warzone? Yes, a couple of years ago. Do you recommend the game? Absolutely. So we put the mark on, okay, chat? Now we're breaking armor with our physical damage. We have to reapply the mark because we heavy stunned. We break armor further. Armor is broken. Just feels like that the actual mark does not do the armor break. Or am I crazy, Chad? So I was hoping that the mark would actually trigger an armor break explosion, but it doesn't really. Is it? We have to still consume the armor break. No, wait, that's the mistake in my way of thinking. I need to still consume the armor break on top of that. No, I think it's still triggering the explosion. It's just not doing a lot of damage. Right? Not yet. When do you use Blood Hunt? Well, Blood Hunt uses the blood loss on the enemy to do more damage. So you want at least some blood loss to be on the enemy. I usually use it for one big banger hit. So like make sure that he has like, I don't know, like a 2 centimeter thick blood loss and then just go pfft. It ain't worth it to use it too early. I mean, you can also use it multiple times, but I tend to use this inevitable critical to increase the damage. Usually. Okay, but you stop playing Warzone? Yeah. Better games out there to play. The reason everyone stops playing a game, just other better things. Okay, our explosion is actually 1,000 damage now. How much damage would this be now if I would focus on this? I mean, it's crazy, but despite like having that damage, it's still better for me to just spam, right? So my thing is actually 1,300 damage per explosion, which is nice. Like we can go for this, right? So everything dies. Cool. They work. Correct. Explosive spears are Gucci. But it's just better for me to rake in and then just rake another time. So still the damage of the stomping ground is higher than the explosive spear. I don't dislike it, Chad. Don't get me wrong. I don't dislike that. I find it amusing. Highly amusing. This is physical add rage. Oh, we're having rage on our... Here, there, you got rage. We have rage on our rake. Our rake has rage.
This needs a bigger soul core.
When you stop playing Hearthstone, Autolycus? Well, I had over 10,000 hours in Hearthstone, probably 20,000 even hours or something like that. So, you know, after 20,000 hours of playing a game day in, day out and never playing anything else, I just had enough. No, when you play a game, especially an online game, I think like, do we have online gamers here, chat? Do we have online gamers in the chat? Here is a phenomenon when you play online games. And it leads to constant deja vus. For example, you play Hearthstone and there's only a limited combination of things that can happen, especially with a certain amount of meta gameplay. What happens is that you end up in situations like, I have seen this situation before. I have seen this situation before. I have, like, you know, I have exactly seen this situation before. Same as like when you play League of Legends a lot, right? Oh, I have seen this exact matchup before. This exact matchup too. This exact smartly, you know? Like you end up, if you play one game a lot, in these like deja vu after deja vu after deja vu. Especially when you have like 10,000 hours plus in a game. The Age of Empires, you still have new moments happening. Wow. Neil, you're playing too many hours of Age of Empires. You need help. You need Jesus. So why has no one made a full companion focused build? I think companions are not amazing enough. Uh-huh. My wife is saying don't go into the forest because... Let me check. I see. There was a murder somewhere in the radius where I live. So I'm not allowed to go into the forest today. Because my wife is worried that I'll get murdered. I guess I can accept that. I would prefer to not get murdered as well.
Hey.
14 strength. Look at that, Chad. Beautiful.
If you hear a click.
They say that, yeah, you know, when you get like these news, like family was murdered, police is searching, you know, be careful when you are outside. You could do shield charge for mobility now. Well, I could have done shield charge for mobility a long time already. I just don't want to. I mean, I have my rake for mobility, and like anything more than that is just try hard. You know? But that's just me, you know? I'm just like not a fan of shield charging around. Raleigh, thank you for the 62 months of support. Wait, did I just hear the sound of the drop? Thank you very much. Appreciate it, my friend. Oh no, I'm frozen, Mom, Dad! Jesus! The Holy Maiden, someone! Just wondering for Bleep, does this crit added mid or end game? I mean, crit is more added towards the end game, as crit takes a significant amount of nodes to be good, right? I mean, for the Amazon, you want accuracy rating, and you don't want to waste the points for set AC rating as you're leveling. So it is certainly easier to add it later than earlier, as again, crit needs quite some nodes. Did I just hear the soul core, or did I just imagine hearing the soul core? The same kind of goes for bleed related stuff. Like if you really want to only focus on bleed, as bleed magnitude comes like further down the line. I'm pretty sure I heard the gem, and because I was talking, I'm not sure if I like really heard it. There, yeah, that's it. That's the sound that makes Pony go to the yard. Okay, I just now found a glacial rune. And after finding a glacial rune, that means I cannot find an inferior glacial rune anymore. Because you like, you know, once found, you can only find upwards, as far as I understood. Level up, more melee damage. At this point, we're looking at 318 rake damage, I guess. I mean, end of the day, the thought is, if we keep pushing Rake's damage, does the stomping ground even fall off, right?
That's done it. Right then.
I wonder if we should add the triple stab, the assault to this. But we don't really have the gems to actually add it to it, right? Kind of would like to add the rapid assault, but is it even worth it? We have the martial tempo that we made earlier. Rapid assault would be... Sure if it's even worth it. I have to move the rage around. We'll give it a try and see if we do something with it. Just need to check in a boss fight, like which does actually do more damage. Stomping Ground's value falls off when a support for Rake becomes more valuable than Stomping Ground. Yes, but we haven't reached that point yet, right? By far none. So far, the biggest advantage of the Stomping Ground is still that it just adds instant damage. Right, Rake is like this damage over time, but the Stomping Ground just adds instant damage that happens right now. Not in a jiffy, not in a little bit, just right now. Mark him. So this is with a Rake. Okay, Chad? It's good damage. We're not regretting it. We have him marked. We hurt him. Okay. That was just with Rake. Now let's do the difference. If I put over the Rage on the Rapid Assault, and we would just like say screw. Also reasonable damage. Not better yet, but also good. I mean, the spear explosions are nice damage. Also nice damage. I'd say the Rake is, though, still doing better.
There is maybe the oh dear.
Slightly. Takes a while to ramp up. Well, you have to essentially put the spears in and then explode the spears. The Rake is just slightly more damage. Rake Stomping Ground, and that is. Did I just rake over his attack? Yes, like an absolute giga professional, Chan. And it's just good to see that the Rapid Assault can keep up with this. So if if you make the assumption now that we would not boost the maximum strength, okay? If we would go for the way you should go, then I would have points different, and I would probably just have like my melee damage also boosted more if I have done recently some things and so on. So I could go for more damage with that. Rapid Assault looks very good. Rapid Assault is definitely buffed. The problem is still that you have to stand still, and that's kind of like, it's a bummer. The actual standing still and not being able to move from the spot can be an issue. Because you gotta like stand there. $10.36 needed. No better spear, no better spear. Let's go for strength. Nothing strength related. Sadness. Need stun threshold to pull later off. It's not the question about stun threshold or not. The major problem with Rapid Assault is that, like, so with Rake, you're pretty much dashing in, dashing out, you roll. But with Rapid Assault, you are arrested the moment you start Rapid Assaulting, right? You can't move, and you gotta stand still for the full duration of the Rapid Assault. So it's not the question if you get stunned out of it or not, but you will have to take the damage if the damage is directed at you, right? And that can be shitty. Unless you obviously have like some good energy shield shebang happening, then it shouldn't matter. Oh god, they just ate me. The buff might have broken my build in terms of made it too strong, or in terms of like actually ruined it. Yeah, it's just... Oh, wax jacket. Ooh. What does the wax jacket do, Chan? That one was evasion dex. You have smoke cloud around you while stationary. That's so weird. I mean, there's actually multiple ways to stay stationary, so I wonder if there's an actual build where you could stay stationary. By the way, I don't like my volatile plants, dude. He's not cool. I thought he would be cool because volatile plants are chaos damage. Turns out I got scammed. Scammed is the word, Chan. Okay, what level are we? 36 almost. With 36, I could probably ascend. Ascension might be risky. See, like, think about it, chat. Ascension right now. If I would get the bird, I'm dead. I'm not going to kill that flying bird. If I get the poison bird, I kill it. If I get the chimera, it's gonna be like tricky. Well, let's totally go for the elite here.
Need more time.
Woohoo! Another Exalted. Let's go! Ladies and gentlemen, Exalted number 6 during the campaign so far. The 6 Exalted is nothing to scoff at. I think it's still not a lot, but I at least could upgrade my boots, and that helped a lot. I mean, I made these beautiful boots here with armor and evasion rating. They're pretty damn good. So, what do you think, chat? Should we swap over to the double, triple ring shenanigan as soon as we get our next Ascension? Because that's right now the thought. Oh. Now we get the damage here, 25 damage. Why do I have a point here? That makes absolutely no sense. Whoever did this is not like Fat Finger Hoff. I mean, technically, you could go for splinters to get like a lot of more physical damage here, right? Now I know when I put like 1 point extra, I was feeling so weird because I fat fingered that point there. Could go Ritual Sacrifice, yeah, but I don't like it because if you don't have enough rares, it's kind of like not there. So you would have to go like all the way, and then you'd have to stab yourself in the chest, and then you hope for some good outcome. I just prefer a reasonable outcome that's just guaranteed. I guess Ritual Sacrifice would be funny in boss fights because you can actually use it there, right? Where the boils are not useful in boss fights, the sacrifice can be used in boss fights. I don't think you have the gear to make 3 rings worth it. Dude, I absolutely do not have the gear to make 3 rings worth it. Not even remotely. I mean, technically, Mr. Dragonfrost GGG does not plan to nerf anything unless it's fundamentally broken. So if something get buffed and it's now stronger, that's okay. If something get buffed, then obviously it's fundamentally broken right now. That, like, it does things that it shouldn't do. That's a no-no. As long as it's just strong, that's okay. I mean, look at Lightning Spear. Lightning Spear is clearly broken in terms of strength, but not in terms of actual broken.
Pack's full.
Let's throw that away. Get this. I'm gonna miss it when Stomping Ground finally falls off. I'm just gonna be sad. Like, Stomping Ground, please don't fall off. Oh, Iron Ring, finally, after all this time. I've been waiting so long to get that. Two Rego shards, you say? Please. Let me... No, spear throw. Heavy assault. I think they might need to adjust monster scaling to fix one-button builds. Right now, one-shotting a white mob means you can three-shot a rare. I don't think that's an issue. One-shotting the whole map is obviously, like, yay. But on the other hand, like, I guess people want to one-shot the whole map. What can we, you know, what can you say? People want this. This is what people want. Qsol, too many more months. I'm looking forward to it, Qsol. Welcome back, brother. Same to you. Had Hunter with a 39, Brawley with a 62, Metfort with a 3 months of support. Sorry for missing you, lads. Appreciate you sticking with us, all of you. Increase cast speed. You know what? That's 1,000 gold. I should sell it for 1,000 gold. More strength. It's a helmet with 5 strength. It's not 10 strength, but it's 5 strength. That's 18 strength on a shield. But I got 14, so I'm fine. That's 20 strength on a chest piece. Ooh, yeah, I want that. Oh, that's a lot of armor. That's a lot of armor. that's a fuck ton of armor, chat. A metric fuck ton of armor. Yeah. Certainly fuck ton that armor up there. Okay, we got a Regal Orb now, and I wonder if I should Regal this weapon because it's 106 physical damage. But if I'm lucky, and I get like even 1 to 5 physical damage only, right? It's not that much, but the attack speed, the dexterity, everything together, it kind of created a good weapon. We get a level 2 support gem, so we could do Blood Hunt now with heavy swings because the attack speed actually doesn't matter on it. Blood Hunt just supposed to do more damage. And we checked this, it was sad. Qsol, thank you also for subbing over on the YouTube on top of everything. It's an idea to make one-button builds clear fast. Technically, you could easily make a bleed build that just uses Lightning Spear for clearing, right? The problem with Lightning Spear is the single target damage, correct? So you could just turn your bleed build to have at least Lightning Spear for clearing, but then still use bleed for bleed clearing. Not impossible. So as you say, using then the screen clear skill to clear screen. And then the other stuff for... On a Ritualist, well, I don't know what Ritualist can do, but luckily we can reskill our Ascendancy if needed. That is the funny part about these things right now. So we are trying to make an OP character, right? And if it turns out that Ritualist is not working for what we're planning to do, we can just swap the Ascendancy. Right? Okay, swap your Ascendancy. You get to ascend again. So you pretty much have to, let's say you have 6 points, and then you have to do the 6-point Ascension another time. That's it. Ta-da. It's in since this patch. I don't know if anyone in the chat has actually tried it out, how well it works. By the way, we're level 36, guys. I'm going to push for 37, and then we're going to ascend a second time.
Let's hope that weren't for good reason. Good luck.
Lightning Spear can 6-shot Zesht. Well,
I can hardly...
remember, chat, the only thing I can say is remember, at the very start of Dawn of the Hunt, they decided that Lightning Spear needs a buff and do 25% more damage. Remember. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me who. What? I mean, at this point, I can only assume that someone at GGG was actually playing Lightning Spear and wanted to play Lightning Spear longer. Like, maybe it's Jonathan's new favorite build, and Jonathan was just like, we need to buff this shit up. I'm playing this build, Mark. But Jonathan, we can't buff Lightning... Listen, Mark, I'm playing this build right now. You buff the shit out of it. Like, okay, Jonathan, fine. No, Jonathan is obsessed with combo builds. Okay, then it was Mark. Mark said, Jonathan, buff it up. Jonathan was like, what combo builds? I was like, fuck you, Jonathan. Fuck your combo builds. God damn it. No one likes you. Wait. Probably Mark. It must have been Mark. Or it was one of these streamers, guys. You know, these pesky streamers. They probably wrote them an angry message, and that's why it get buffed. You know it's true. God damn those streamers. They ruin games. Terrible people. If I am not mistaken now, chat, by going to the right side, okay, here, in the city, we should now find the Molten Vault. That's at least the last 5 times I have been here. I have found the Molten Vault like this. Maybe I had to step one more to the right, but I doubt it. So it should be up here. And then if I go further to the left, I actually go to the Apex of Filth. Unless nothing makes sense anymore. Oh no, this is solo self-found. Shit. Actually, ignore anything I said because this is solo self-found, so I don't know where the Molten Vault is. Yeah. Completely forgetting the fact that these are 2 different things. Dude, he was just bleeding out. I'm still going to with my hunch here. Why do we need to do the Molten Vault? Reforging bench. Otherwise, we could end this act now in 30 minutes, right? But I need the reforging bench. Right now, I'm a bit lost to where to go. So at this point, it's just guesswork. You know, it's not certainty anymore. Pure guesswork. What's your thoughts on Trials of SSF? I like them. They're a lot of fun. But we had, so you might have missed this, Chad, but yesterday we did the Trials of SSF twice, okay? Twice. The biggest issue was we faced a scenario in the Trials of SSF where the final boss, Zarok, he does a certain attack where he summons temporal rifts that you have to walk through. And you get slowed down every second that you're too slow to walk through set temporal rifts. And he put them in a way that it was impossible for me to do it. It wasn't just borderline impossible. It wasn't just like, it was impossible. Even if I had a travel skill to jump. Like, I've never had this before in all the times I did him. He literally put them so far apart, like one at the bottom leftmost, one at the top rightmost, and then one at the top leftmost as well. Like you know, like a triangle of like, you can't reach this, you little shit. I was like, okay, but that's kind of shit. And that's also why we lost the fight. Not damage-wise, just that. Felt bad. I'll tell you that much. Felt very, very bad. Okay, we have 13 strength here and more armor, evasion rating, everything. It's actually a really good shield. Well, I'm gonna go back here because I have no clue where to look for the Molten Vault. I mean, this is a dead end, so Molten Vault gonna be like somewhere left, I guess. Otherwise, I have like, I don't know. You can't get your third Ascension, it's BS. The third Ascension is just a question of if you have enough honor resistance, okay? So if you feel like the third Ascension is impossible, you need to get enough relics with honor resistance, and the third Ascension is an absolute cakewalk walk. But if you obviously do lack the honor resistance, it will suck. I mean, I can, in all my playthroughs, as I reach the third Ascension and you have the 75% honor resistance, you can just face tank that thing. Like, face tank. You just stand there and the Scorpion Lady just attacks you and it just doesn't matter. This is still not the Molten Vault. Where the fuck is the Molten Vault, Chad? I have absolutely no clue. Like, it has always been over on this side. It makes absolutely no sense where it could be for me right now. Where is it? Down below? It hasn't been down below since the rework. Unless Solo Self-Found put it there. Because it can't be any more here. The maps are different based on your league. Yes, they are. Well, that one is a level 40 spear. Damn, that just got 17% increased. So sad. Molten and Apex was on the same site now? Yes, at least in the Standard League. Here we go for physical damage increase. And then we do for the more armor break. I think that should be working out quite nicely. I didn't have anything better to do anyways, right? Than search for the Molten Vault until my arms fall off. You're sick of Spearfield? What? How can you be sick of Spearfield? Spearfield is my favorite skill. And I'm saying that as a Spearfield hater. Yes, I used to hate Spearfield in the beginning. Absolutely abhorrent skill. Until I made it OP. And now I'm a Spearfield lover. Not a hater anymore. Standard League economy just never gets reset. Exactly, good sir. Because why would it ever be reset? That's just the Standard League. Hello, Oswaldo. Always check every single spear, chat. How much strength do we have? 112 strength. Nice. We're playing standard. We're not playing standard. We're playing in the Soul Self-Found Dawn of the Hunt. Also, as someone who doesn't trade, it really doesn't matter what league you play. You know? Bleed out. How much damage do we have on it? We have 2,000 damage on our melee. Like, okay, we're at rake up to 500. That's fine. We could obviously profit from a bit more bleed magnitude because our bleed magnitude is non-existent. Right? We have like barely any bleed.
Glad they've not given up the ghost just yet.
Raise your hand, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a Molten Vault enjoyer and you think this is one of the best boss fights they have done. No matter how much you have been struggling with it, just from a pure design standpoint on how the fight actually is. Absolutely adore this level. Of you just being able to follow the lava path if you wish to. Why are we doing suddenly so much more damage? What did I change? I mean, I get some more strength, sure. I guess. Oh, well, I get bonus physical damage. Yeah, that makes sense. I was just wondering. It felt like we're doing so much more damage. I mean, I like how the actual stomping ground hasn't fallen off yet. I mean, technically hasn't fallen off because it might have already. It's just that the culmination of everything together works so well. What's up, lads? I think it should be fight on a timer, but instead of auto death, the end bot gets super powerful. Yeah, could be. I mean, like if you don't make it until the end, you could end up in the big lava basin, and then the boss is like super enraged. But if you actually manage to get him in the lava basin and get him like super enraged, and you kill him, then you do get more loot. High risk, high reward gameplay for no particular reason. Guaranteed lesser jeweler's orb or something, right? And if the reward was worth it, you would definitely consider doing it, right? If it guarantees me like an orb of alchemy, you see me like all over the spot, right? Soul Self-Found orb of alchemy, like take my money. I'm doing it.
Does he have a death wish or what?
Let's see how this goes, ladies and gents. Okay, well, what do you think so far, ladies and gentlemen, from the playthrough? I mean, we're 4 hours, 44 minutes in. Brand new character. And right now, we haven't hit any issues. Really happy with the weapon we have, apart from that 1 to 5 physical damage. Kind of want to KS Orbit. Chill leveling so far, right? We don't actually notice any of the hardship, right? Any of the hardship that people claim this season brings.
Need more time.
Oh, I should mark him. Sorry, I forgot. This might be a joke. The best part is this here, right? Oh no! You ran away from me? How unfortunate. Let me just spam you. Right?
Need a moment. Resting player goes.
Where are you? Jeremiah?
Need a moment.
Oh, beautiful.
You owe me,
What's up, Bob?
Oswald.
Out we go. Sell this for profit. Yeah, the most people that complained about spear leveling are the ones that did Pillar of the Cage God and it didn't work. I mean, obviously we're doing that stomping ground shebang bang here, so that's like a little bit of a cheese fiesta. I'll say it. Why do we still keep leveling up Explosive Spear? That's actually pretty simple because I'm trying to keep a little bit track on like the usefulness of the Explosive Spear, how much it would have in comparison, right? When we're sitting at 2,000 damage Explosive Spear, that's still pretty like amazing if you think about it. But also that rate with Stomping Ground can pretty much be more damage than a 2,000 damage Explosive Spear. How the fuck did you never beat this guy and you melted him? Experience. Doggy. It's literally just that. Having like 14, 15, 16 characters up to this level at this point. Playing this too much. Actually, not even too much. I gotta say, I'm playing it a reasonable amount. I'm not like some of these elite streamers. I still have a life. Still see my family every now and then. Are you Dutch American? I can't get your accent. I'm German. From Germany. Where the Germans live. And many other people from many other countries, but also Germans. More physical damage. Wouldn't have guessed Germany. Surprise! Also intended that you do not hear from Germany, because from Germany sounds horrible. Okay, you get like one elite after the other, left, right, and center. So let me just kill these elites, because let me check my notes. Why not? Godness. Level 11? Ooh, I like that. We're level 30. Oh, almost level 40. Oh, yeah. Very useful. You get a Wisp Touch Tame Beast. Does the Wisp Touch stuff actually carry over? Last time I tried, the beast died, and I forget to press the button. I'm a professional, by the way. Do this for a living. And last time I tried, it died. Oops. How could that happen? $2,000 DPS here. Rabbit Assault 200. The Spear Throw is still doing 2,000 damage, which is actually crazy. I love the Spear Throw for that. Okay, let's put it on. Yeah, but this is just still not okay. Actually, if I kill the lads here close to her, they will get blood boiled, huh? Lady keeled over. Let's ascend now. Again, no use of the double rings. Nothing we can gain from that so far.
Yes?
Oh, nice. Didn't know you. Wow, that would have been a killer crossbow, chat. Look at that crossbow. Damn, nice for that level. That would turn out monstrous. Strength. Why just nothing have strength, chat? Nothing.
Stay wary.
Sadness. Okay, off to the Temple of Chaos. We should definitely get a different beast because our beast is just not amazing. We'll get there. This might be like my fastest, like my last solo self-found run with a monk, guys. We're talking monk before the patch, okay? Solo self-found monk before the patch, 10 hours and 30 minutes. If I'm looking at the Stomping Ground Hunters in the harder Path of Exile, we're sitting at 5 hours, not even 5 hours, and I'm almost done. Monsters have increased critical hit. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, with Hunters, who's considered super weak. So we're sitting like at 5.5 hours for like Act 1, 2, 3 in solo self-found. That's kind of like, that's nice. Like doing everything that's necessary. Considering how unlucky we were in Act 2 with like finding a suitable weapon. It's double nice. Wonder if we actually have to go away from the Stomping Ground. Genuinely. Have you played Lightning Spear Amazon? I have so far avoided it. It might be that we end up playing Lightning Spear Amazon, okay? Because the God Project is all about making a very OP character. But I want to see like how far can I take the bleed with the Hunters here? Can I do some smart things with the Blood Boil in the long run? Is there like some support gems that actually make Blood Boil stronger? So far, the supports have been rather yikes. Right? There hasn't been anything too impressive, if I'm honest with you. Nothing that's like, yeah, cool.
This is just the beginning.
Monsters hit poison. Monsters got no flash charges. Yeah. Now, you know what? Stormcaller runes. I'm gonna hate that. Stomping Ground falls of mid-Act 3. I disagree. As you can see, we're at the end of Act 3 and it has not fallen off at all. We actually tested the Stomping Ground versus... we tested Stomping Ground versus Rapid Assault, if it would make sense. But as you notice here right now, there's no fall-off. It might be because we have 112 strength, so we did everything to juice up our strength as much as we could. Don't use Bleed with the Hunters as a trap. Absolutely disagree. Bleed is an easy tier 15, 16, 17 clearer. It's not as OP, obviously, as Lightning Spear, but that doesn't make it bad. What's our level right now? Oh, we're 39. Actually, 2 levels too much. Whoop. Whoop. Everyone dead. Upsy daisies. Could use spear field for clear. Not with the things we're doing right now. The spear field would not be strong enough without any passive investments. And we don't have any passive investments. I mean, as you can see, our passives went for spear, damage, some dexterity. So we have enough dexterity. And right now, physical damage. So really just focusing on that. Monsters always steal crits? Nope.
Weather the elements at your own risk. Cling to life.
Lead out.
And finally, nothing where I actually have to dodge much around. That's a relief. Okay, let's throw our spear to just bully them. See, one of the most fun Hunter's builds is still the one that focuses just on spear throws, Chad. We are actually going to do a tactician with spears, if you can believe that, ladies and gentlemen. But for that, I need way more money, and my main account doesn't have any money anymore. So I'm literally forced at this point to farm money. You know, instead of making YouTube videos, I actually have to farm money. So I can try new builds. I gotta figure out what content gives the most money, Chad. What does? Which content gives me the most money? Where can I farm the capekis, the dolares, the gold pieces the most? Could you equip a mace and use Hammer of the Gods? It wouldn't be that good. We're also not going that much strength, just enough strength. It's a unique map, yeah, but I can't really rely on cast maps. Bagging as a streamer? I read banging a streamer, so both options valid, I guess. I just need like, you know, 2, 3, 5. I actually need 10 million money, but I don't have that. I don't know how, obviously, like, people that play not that much do it, Sean. I mean, unless you're really farming the endgame like crazy, doing multiple builds and experimenting is invalid. Monsters release deadly volatiles on death. Yeah. Monsters do that. How unfortunate. Chimera. I'm not sure if I'm happy about that, but I'm happier than the stupid bird. Isn't the Spear of Solaris powerful? Nope. It's fun, but not powerful. Oh no! Mom! Dude, he's being shanked. Oh no!
No wound. Need a moment. No, man.
I am better! You suck!
Right between 'em.
I win. Good. That was like 7-minute Ascension. We got it. We have here nothing. Nothing times 2. Nothing times 3. Now we ascend and out we go. Wait, did you not like did you interact with the altar of Ascendancy, sir? You did. Oh my lord. I was confused that I could still interact with it after it teleported out. May I ask the supports on rate? Yes, sir, you may ask. I will also answer after the teleportation. We got Stomping Ground, Magnified Effect, and Rage. The Magnified Effect is not really needed. We could have also played Martial Tempo. I prefer the Magnified Effect, though, because it just gives me a slightly bigger rake and a bigger Stomping Ground. Both things quite valuable.
I'll take it. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Both things quite valuable. If you fail, can you get another coin? Yes. Okay, so what do we do now, chat? What do we pick? Do we pick charm charges gained and 1 charm slot? Do we pick increased movement speed and grants the skill ritual sacrifice? Do we get the 3rd ring? My problem with right now with the 3rd ring is I obviously have to sacrifice something. Thank you, Fever McFly, for the 4 months of support. Fever. Howdy. I could get 8% elemental resistances. I could get here more life and lightning resistance. I could get all resistance. So, like, as you notice, I have nothing too amazing to actually put in there. On the other hand, what else am I going to do? I mean, I would have to lose 30% mana, so that would kind of suck, but should be fine. I would almost just take the movement speed and take the ritual sacrifice because I can, right? I just don't have a ring. I mean, for the time being.
Best thing to
Not like we're actually using it. Ritual sacrifice was like sacrifice 1 and get buffed, and if you put persistence on it, it lasts longer, right? So ritual sacrifice 1's persistence. So lasts for 17 seconds, 24.15. So actually, it's quite long. Only that you can't really use it against a boss, right?
It's bloody roasting in here. Unnaturally so. Bleed out!
Okay, let me go to the left. I always go to the right first, and then it always turns out that the next area is to the left. Every single time, chat. Apart from this one time where it's not. Afraid. I has been robbed, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, like, screw that. It's actually so, yeah, it's solo self-found again. Obviously, it would be different. Obviously, everything that every single time works would be different. How often does this have to happen, chat? How often? Until brain finally recognizes that. Let's put on the Gargantuan and the Gargantuan. Get the checkpoint. Check the level up for more armor breaking.
Is this a temple of Solar?
You farmed 25 to 30 divines. Well, that's pretty impressive, sir. Like, pretty damn impressive. I've gotten 5. Another Exalted Orb. Thank you very much. Oh, wait, no. And now I can... Ritual Sacrifice! Ah! What happened? But does it not show what I have? I mean, it says I have taken something for me, but what have I taken for me? Not show? But the reloads are killing you, Marked. If you don't like the reloads, you can use Shard Scavenger, or you could play the grenade build with the Ballista Totems. We have a whole guide for that up, sir.
Your flesh!
Your son don't impress me. Wait.
Yeah, this is still like just scaling insane.
No mana. Hold on.
Touch of cold hate. Touch of cold.
Need a moment.
Silver was in bread.
Okay, come down there. Come down there. Good.
Being stuck in here is enough to drive anyone balmy.
Val ingenuity never ceases to amaze.
Got it.
These runes, I can make out symbols for blood and
Increased chaos damage.
Wait, no. It's not a blood
Useless.
offering, it's someone of Val blood. Perhaps if I
Are Stellar Amulets wide worth the divine now? Depends on which league you're in. The Standard League, everything is more important, more expensive than in the new league, in Dawn of the Hunt.
Something.
Is a full companion build possible? I don't think that only companions will be possible. You still have to play like something as the artillery, ballista totems, or something. So just companions, no. Definitely a mix with the other stuff. No, 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 no. 77 physical could actually turn out to be something amazing if we get lucky. I mean, unlikely, but never say never. 17 strength and 100 armor. That's a lot of armor.
How incredible.
Hear a click.
Why have you not taken any damage? Because I just bullied the boss. My friend, we just bullied the boss. Like, he had no time to retaliate, so he pretty much just got bullied. Sometimes you just do that. Okay, let's wrap this up, chat. 15 more minutes if I get the right... I walk the right streets down. I don't think we should hit any problems here. I really don't like the ritual sacrifice. I really don't. I think it's terrible. So let's mark that off as it's terrible. Is evasion or evasion plus ES viable for hunters, or is strength required, Kappa? Strength is required to a degree. I did make a video, in case you missed it, yesterday about how to get tanky. Example was Merc, Warrior, and Huntress. You can do an energy shield evasion rating Huntress easily because you have the nodes close by to do so. That being said, you can also do a lifesteal Huntress, really simple, that survives because she's using Berserk and Rage to continuously steal life. Those are two options that actually work out. Evasion rating, though, will always be better because evasion rating can just be scaled easily into the Narnia values, whereas you can simply not do that with life. I mean, you could have 80% evasion rating, and if you then get hit for 20% of the chance, you sometimes just die to the one hit, because you just don't have the amount of life you need to not die to that one hit. And the only way how you actually outscale that is getting like really nice gear with a lot of maximum life. Now, this is not a problem if you're actually in the Trait League, because getting a lot of max life in the Trait League is relatively simple. But if you're doing that in solo self-found, well, good luck actually getting the maximum life you're looking for, right? Because either you're getting incredibly lucky to pick that up or not.
Need more time. Clean kill.
Oh, here. Brace armor or unleashes ice. Great. So now I get this ice unleash. It's actually kind of cool. Let's kill the Viper. Oh, give me the Hinda aura. Wait, do I have 2 now, correct? Here, I got the Hinda aura, chat. I hinder him now. Oh, Stone Griefs. What do those do? Drop ignited ground while moving. Lasts 8 seconds. Fire damage equal to 10% of your maximum life. Whee! Ritualist good. I mean, so far, Ritualist or Amazon would have not made a difference, I can say. The Ritualist definitely has the Blood Boils, and the Blood Boils are coming in handy. But it's not like that we're so much better than the Amazon. The advantage is that we don't have to push for crits, because the problem with the Amazon is you kind of have to push for crits. That's the whole Amazon thing, right? You get more crits with accuracy, and then you push for crits and crits and crits and crits and crits, 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 crits. And with the Ritualist, I'm right now just not pushing for crits.
You are nothing but a locust.
You will fall before us.
Can I just chase you? This might get like a bit hard for... Oh, God. Yeah.
You are nothing but a locust.
I was willing to risk utter death there, Chan. Oh, we broke her. She's not even flying because we broke her.
I shall crush you, insect. I will crush you, insect.
Good. I mean, that was easy. Good, 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 good. I mean, so far, like, the stomping ground is still holding up, ladies and gentlemen. We're just Rake stomping ground focus build. Damage is incredible. We're flying. We're not letting up. The flying still continues. Very happy. No lightning spear, no stone. Not for the not for leveling. For leveling, I think lightning spear is actually not that good. Personally. I'm doing evasion plus armor with Huntress. Chapter 6. Armor evasion feels good. No armor just felt bad. Mantis, evasion and armor is normal to go for while leveling. It will just feel bad in the end game. Because again, like, you gotta go for armor evasion and a ton of life. But even with a ton of life, you'll end up in a lot of situations where you just die. And that's where just, like, sadly, armor evasion rating and energy shield will feel better. As it always does. I mean, right now, the only defense that really feels good is energy shield, as you can just have so many ways to make energy shield be fantastic. While all the others are just sad in comparison. Okay, where would we push damage further, or would we now try to push bleed magnitude further? That's the big question. And I could obviously push my evasion rating and my dexterity. We could also push attack speed, because if I get more attack speed, I would just attack faster. Surprise, like who would have guessed, right? Honestly, ritual sacrifice personally. I'm not really using it as much as I probably would. Not sure where I'm feeling like going for. I mean, this would be the easy choice to just get here more bleed magnitude, but I don't think we want that bleed magnitude there yet. Might just simply be too early. Let's actually take the attack speed so we can just do faster hits, and then we can do faster rakes, and we can do more stomping ground, so just compounding interest, right? Problem with Ritual Sacrifice is you need a rare, and then it lasts for 24 seconds. So if you play Ritual Sacrifice, you gotta play already the full thing. Right? You can't just play Ritual Sacrifice, you gotta play Ritual Sacrifice plus the other one there. What was it called? Like the follow-up. That you can use Ritual Sacrifice on yourself. Because if you're not doing that, then, well, yeah. And what are you gonna do against a boss? You're like, now I can Ritual Sacrifice? Takes so long. And now I get this. Great. I get 2 modifiers. Cool. Not bad, not good. I have it now. I was so confused in my very first playthrough when I found these statues and they were just worth money. But now I understand worth money is good. See, and now Ritual Sacrifice is gone already. That was it. That was Ritual Sacrifice. Could you please give me a ginormous heart? I would like to have a ginormous overgrown heart from you. Thank you very much. Could we also not kill all of them? Yeah, we could, but where's the fun in that? Seriously? Stomping ground still not falling off, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I think we leveled up. We should probably go back into the city and check the vendor. Let's do that after we found this pesky heart. Bane of my existence. Every single playthrough. That's not true. I'm lying. My last playthroughs have actually been very good. I've been hard blessed. 5 hours, 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, look at you being some kind of elite here. You know what the funniest part is about using the stomping ground together with the rake? You finally have a reason to spam rake. Like, usually you don't have a reason to spam rake, because if you spam rake, that's actually bad for you, right? But now we have ample reason to do it. I wonder if with Ritual Sacrifice, you could kind of like put an elite in your pocket and carry it with you until you need it. Like a Pokeball, you know? Just carry the corpse with you, and then when you're in front of the boss, you'd like throw the corpse out of your stash, right? And you're like, yeah, so like I'm gonna stab you in the heart now for the bonus in the boss fight. This is not that much dexterity. This is not that much attack boost, but it is still an attack boost that will still get me more damage. Okay, into the frame. POE 1 has that actually. POE 1 had that you also have summon corpses, and if you use the summon corpses in a certain region, then you're always going to summon mobs from a certain region as corpses. And you could do this to summon then your specters, I think. I used to watch you play Ark Survival Evolved. Well, I do have an everyday phase, and I never played Ark Survival Evolved. So what you probably saw was someone play Ark Survival Evolved that does have a stunning resemblance to me. Most likely. But it was not I. Nah, nothing. Not better. Not better. I mean, it's unlikely that I'll actually find a better spear than what I have right now anytime soon, as that spear... Oh, wow. Holy moly, Chad. It's not likely that I'll find a better spear anytime soon, unless... there's an insane multiplier incoming. I feel like the Ritualist right now is okay, but the whole ritual sacrifice thingy, unless you're like sending it full, feels useless. Like I'd like it's literally like in my humble opinion, it's unusable unless you put 4 points in it. Anyone else disagree? Agree? Well, we can obviously like here see we can teleport out. Right? Oh, wait, we can't actually teleport out because I really don't want to walk through the gateway again. Nuisance, I'm sorry. I'm not like back and forth. So we'd have to invest all 4 points. Then you would lose 20% damage though. Because right now, if you're going for the Blood Boils early, you also go over the node that gives you 20% bonus damage. It's kind of nice. Even with 4 points in the ritual, it feels bad. Well, thank you for the feedback. I'm not glad to hear that. It just does seem like someone had a idea and they just put the idea in, but they didn't actually test the idea. Like this is how it actually feels, and I'm sorry to say that, right? As much as you might like GGG or not fanboy over it, but it just feels like something that wasn't thoroughly tested. We're like, sure, this would be kind of like a cool archetype. Let's do it. Oh wait, let me actually level up. We're so close to a level up, it would be like stupid to not just like weasel out the last 4% quickly. Thank you very much. We get there we go. Bonus attack speed. Dankeschön. That should be coming in handy.
So, at the eve of the end, the demon of Vatzoatl has finally come.
It is I. The demon. We have him. Yeah, I think he's we all love it. We gotta wait an hour until he's finally fightable again. I must save my people.
It happened. It cannot be stopped.
No, I will succeed. I will burn you alive. How foolish.
I'm not really like feeling the how do I say this, right? It's not like really feeling I don't do enough damage, because I know how tanky Doriani is the first time you meet him. What? How? Listen, just better. Oh. He was like, listen, just better. I can do that too. Oh no, I'm being lasered! Nope, nope.
Inconceivable. You will pay for this.
No rapid stabby for bosses. Seems like you don't need it. Nope. We actually tested what would be better. Would Rapid Assault live up to what Rake does at this point? And it didn't do more damage. The disadvantage of Rapid Assault is also that you actually have to stand still. So you have to like... So that was 5 hours, 27 minutes, Chad. Played here, 5 hours, 21 minutes for Soul Southbound 1-2-42 Ritualist with Stomping Ground. Because we mainly focus on Stomping Ground so far. Okay.
History is already written.
With an okay spear and shitty rings. I mean, let's be fair, the rings are shitty. They don't do anything. We don't even have a single physical damage bonus. I'm happy with the outcome. I do believe I should have gone for magnitude of bleed though, because we do bleed mainly over attack speed. Rapid Assault is made for the subgems for standing still. No, Rapid Assault is good, but you have to use Rapid Assault and you have to use a detonator. You can't just use Rapid Assault. You have to use both, right? If you just use Rapid Assault, not good enough. So that means you already need a detonator. And you get to stand still, so you're just going to be aware that you actually get to stand still. And then you also have to tech like into all the melee damage and that kind of stuff to like really fully focus on the Rapid Assault. Are you doing bleed all the way through or swapping to Lightning Spear? Right now we're doing a little experiment and testing how long Stomping Ground is useful and what you have to do to keep Stomping Ground useful. Okay, Stomping Ground is that skill that makes your Rake leave behind a shockwave, and that shockwave is doing damage based on your strength. Now, we did everything to really max out the Rake. So we went for like the physical damage. We went for the melee damage. So all that kind of stuff, right? That we could like keep playing the Stomping Ground. And as you can see, like it kind of just keeps working, right? Katie, have a good time in your volunteer job. Take care. So currently there's really no doubt that this is like probably the most efficient way to level. It's absolutely effortless. Did we just accidentally just get like an elite with us in here? We did, huh? Why is he getting so much bleed right now? Like what did cause like that huge amount of bleed on him? I would like to know that. Oh, that was because the blood boil. No, that was like he summoned the lats and then he got blood boiled. Oh, that was so cute. I was just wondering, like, what the hell's just happening there, dude? The bloated Miller was just tanking down, right? Because he stood like in all these lats and they had like all these blood boils on them. So obviously he got the blood boils from the lats, huh?
The journey home like that.
Well done. Please come inside.
I'm bleeding him. What is the indicator in his health bar? Yes, we're bleeding him. Like if he has like that red in the red bar, that is a blood loss.
What? Sorry, sir.
The actual blood loss he has suffered. 385 evasion rating. Well, we have 316 armor. This would be, though, more resistance, but we would lose strength. I mean, I think I just do have to slightly just take care of, like, actual strength loss. Right? If we lose strength here, it's like, boo-hoo. So what? But we can't just keep just hogging everything just for strength values, right? Work. You got for me 29 to 55 with melee skills, and that is AC rating. That's completely useless. See if there's anything strength related here. It's another 11 strength, weaker than what I have. That's actually really good. Great hammer.
Well, I feel sorry. I've collected these over.
Physical damage ring with evasion rating and intelligence. That's 21 strength on that one. Nice. I want that.
Serve you well.
Do we want to take the physical damage one? Technically, yes, but the other one gives me like lightning resistance for days, so I have a hard time just taking that. Okay, that is 33, 33, 40, and 40. They all can go away.
How can I help? Take a look. Go well.
Yeah. Also, friend 86 with Stomping Ground. I mean, so far, it has all worked pretty well. The only thing I'm a bit unsure about, and I'm going to say this, I am not sure about these 4 clusters here, like the attack speed. I don't think I needed this. Like, it didn't make too much sense to put the point in there. But if I look at where else to put the point, like, obviously we could go for the mix points here between melee and whatever damage, but we're also not really doing that. So I could have just gone for the magnitude of bleed if they're infected by incision. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. And then you could also go for 1, 2, 3 points. So that would already be good. Reasonable. I mean, you could also travel like with 1, 2, 3, 4 points over here to get more one-handed weapon damage, to get accuracy and then attack speed. Generally, you could resolve more attack speed, but that doesn't like seem to be worth it. Not too much hotness around. I mean, you could obviously like try to get this node here for the 24% attack damage. There is attack damage right here. Some more. Incision is removed when bleed is applied. Does it work since Rake always bleeds? So the way it works is you pretty much apply incision, then you remove incision. You apply incision, you remove incision, okay? Like if it says increased magnitude of bleeding you inflict when enemy infected by incision, you could, for example, put an incision support on, like here, I don't have, you could put an incision support on the skill. Hits from supported skills inflict incision. 3% more magnitude of bleeding inflicted with supported skill per incision consumed recently, up to 30%. So you're pretty much consuming incision the whole time, right? Every single time. And every single hit gives you just more magnitude of bleed. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, that was it for day 1 of the God Project so far. We're mostly focusing on strength gear everywhere where we can. Like, really just pick up all the strength. Then we boosted the maximum damage, and we focused on getting a lot of strength. That together has worked out plenty well so far to boost our damage. And I can't wait to see how far we can really carry this over without starting to play smart, right? Without starting to play smart. So this is working good. This is working nice. We have 1,000 life too. I wish you all a wonderful good day, evening, night. Have an eye on for God Project Day 2. Don't forget to watch our video on getting tanky and leave me some feedback. And I hope to see you all tomorrow again, either for more of this or Last Epoch. I haven't decided. Take care.